Morning, everyone. Welcome to our August 28th Friday special call meeting, the Wayne County Board of Education. At this time, I'd like to ask Mr. Falk if he'd lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First of all, again, welcome everyone. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the leadership team and Dr. Merrill for providing the board members with the updates from the different various departments as to where we are in our readiness to reopen schools. That's what we came today to hear, the updates and concerns, issues, if there are any, and move forward and see what it holds for us. At this point in time, Dr. Merrill, do you have any comments, sir?
no, sir.
Okay, having none. If you'd like, we can start with the updates. Are you prepared? We've got them in front of us. Support services status report.
We do have a batting order,
Okay.
and what I've asked staff to do is lift 2 or 3 bullets, and certainly not take you through all of it. 2 or 3 that are of the readiness category, and 2 or 3 that are remaining concerns. And then after each staff, you can probe, and then we can go to the next one. So.
Okay, thank you. Is your
I've got David coming up first, so go ahead.
Yes, sir. From testing and accountability standpoint, the state has done some things to make it easier for us to operate some of our routine programs under these conditions. For example, they have released some of the formative assessment items that we're now allowed to give online outside of school. We are able to allow students to take those remotely so that teachers can get formative assessment data without having to give face-to-face tests. A concern that we have out of accountability right now is that with tests that count, so think about the beginning of grade reading test that all 3rd graders take, that must still be given face-to-face, and we are unable at this time to do that. We know that even when kids come back for some level of face-to-face instruction, whenever that is, we will have to figure out a way to do that in such a way that we don't inhibit what little bit of face-to-face time the teachers get with the kids. So trying to figure that out. Technology and finance actually kind of go together. On the plus side, we have received to date a little over $10 million in CARES Act funding, a lot of which is earmarked for technology purchases. So think student devices and hotspots. This is going to be very good for us to be able to serve our students in the remote settings that they're in now, and it will actually, with the device purchases, be good for us for several years to come. Our struggle is that we have not taken delivery of the devices, and we don't expect delivery of the devices until late September or early October. This is consistent with what other districts are facing as well. I was on a technology director's listserv earlier this week where other districts were reporting out similar problems. We placed our order in June and haven't gotten them yet. We placed our order in April and haven't gotten them yet. And so I'm very concerned that as we are trying to get more devices for our kids, we don't really have them on hand now to satisfy all the needs that we have, and we really don't know when they're going to be delivered to us. Hotspots are another concern. The state provided us with a good bit of money to provide hotspots for students who don't have internet at home. Right now, though, the requests for hotspots are a little over double what we can afford to provide, and so we know there are going to be gaps there. The last thing that I'll mention that is a challenge for us right now with the CARES Act funding is, and I think this has been discussed earlier in Finance Committee, there are restrictions on how a lot of it is used that are very specific. And so we'll get a pot of money that seems like a large amount of money, and then you read the restrictions and it can only be spent for this one thing. And so you're sort of limited. You'd like to be able to meet your needs based on what you see your schools asking for and what your kids asking for, but some of the money comes earmarked for specific things. So there's not as much flexibility as we'd like. I also think that Dr. Harrell may address later on with you that even money that we've set aside for things like cleaning supplies, sanitation supplies, and whatnot, taking delivery of those supplies has been a challenge.
Let me just add one thing that's finance related. Our preliminary allotment from the state for low wealth was X dollars. And then at the 11th hour, a portion of that was pulled out and moved into CARES. So we actually lost some flexibility on the low wealth dollars, which have a lot of latitude. But it was an interesting little bait and switch that normally you'd say, well, CARES was all extra. Not entirely. So, thanks, David.
Thank you.
And questions related, I guess.
Does anyone have any questions for Dr. Lewis?
I do.
Yes, Mr. Brewer.
Is this the third grade test? Is this the test where the teacher has to do it face-to-face with each individual student?
No,
and
ma'am.
not a group test?
No, ma'am. This would be the normal beginning of grade reading test.
Okay.
And then at the end of think about this, at the end of the year, they take the EOG in reading.
Yes.
Reading growth is measured by giving them a beginning of year test and then the EOG. I think you're probably thinking about what used to be M-class or whatever we're
Yeah,
using
okay.
now.
All right.
I think that's what
so
you're thinking about.
this is a group test?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Under normal circumstances, it is.
How long?
Gosh, whatever the normal EOG is, so a 3-hour window of
Okay.
time, 3.5.
Are there any discussions about any flexibility with those group of testing?
I don't know that there's any flexibility in how we administer the BOG reading. And I believe that that's because there are accountability implications for that, and they want to make sure that we administer it in a way that is secure and monitored and done with fidelity. When you're talking about formative assessments like NC check-ins, you probably have heard of those before. Those formative assessments are just that. They're very low stakes. They're intended to give the teacher data on the kids. There's really no reason for the students or parents or anybody else on the outside of the classroom to do anything other than just tell the kid, do your best. This is going to help the teacher know what she needs to do to help you. But with the BOG in reading, that does have some accountability implications down the line for the school and for the teacher growth rating that they get at the end of the year. And I don't see the state letting up on that and allowing that anything other than face-to-face.
But is there a time frame for that test?
Well, they have told us, normally you give it in the first few weeks of school. The first, normally it's between like days 6 and 15. They don't want you to give it in the first week because they know you got other things to do. But during that next couple of weeks, what they have told us now is give it to the kids within a couple of weeks when you start to see them. And so we know that there are a lot of districts right now that have already said out loud they're going to operate on Plan C until the end of the first semester. Well, what the state is saying to them is, well, when they get back, give them the test. So it's not a pressure situation. We're not under any timeline. We're not going to miss a deadline. They've given us flexibility when to give it. They just haven't given us any flexibility of how to give it.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask also relative to the check-ins. I thought that we had agreed that we were going to try to require all the schools to do the check-ins, but I think I was reading in one report that there's some schools that are opting not to do check-ins.
I don't recall any requirement for all schools to participate. Even the state doesn't do that. If I've missed something, please let me know. But I think those check-ins, as they're formative, are optional.
Well, I thought
We recommend.
I thought that in some of our discussions last year with the low test scores and stuff like that, that one of the strategies we were going to begin to implement was to utilize the check-ins.
And they were pretty widespread till all this happened. They were getting on board quickly, and schools were using them pretty widespread and liking them. It's gotten more challenging now with folks not face-to-face, so.
Wasn't that a means by which we were going to do some evaluations, though, as to determine where kids were and how far?
It helps us with formative assessment, determining where students are, absolutely. It does.
Yes.
But we've also had a sort of simultaneous push to limit the amount of testing that we do. So I would think now with limited instructional time, we're going to be pushing even harder to have less testing where we can and try to figure out other ways to assess kids and do formative assessment that's not strictly a test if we can. The NC check-ins are still out there, they're still available, they can still use them. But if I have a very limited amount of time to do instruction with you, it would be hard to use more of that than I need to assessing and testing, because I want to do instructing.
Thank you. My questions are more along your technology side. How are we looking on hotspots right now for those that need them?
We have about 40% or a little over 40% of what we need to fill all the requests.
Okay.
So we've sent some guidelines to schools about how to potentially weed out some of the requests. And when I say weed out, I'm just saying be efficient in what we assign. For example, if the schools can communicate within their feeder patterns and determine that I might have kids at multiple schools, and so I filled out the request form multiple times. Well, the hotspots that we're getting do not have data caps on them, and they can handle more than one device at a time. If I can issue a family a hotspot that covers 3 kids off of that request form, then that's one good way to do it. Obviously, if I've got 2 kids in the same school, we're just doing the one hotspot. We also know that the students who have signed up for full-time virtual learning, that they don't intend to come face-to-face even when we do go to Plan B. They sort of have to take a little bit of a priority if we can. I think that our struggle is that the demand so outweighs what we have in stock. We know that there are going to be families we can't help right now. We are trying to identify other sources of funds. I read an email yesterday that said that the governor is looking at trying to provide a certain amount of hotspots statewide. We certainly will apply for our share of that and hope that we get it. But until those things come through, we're short.
Well, you led into my second question. Do we have all of our current Wi-Fi hotspots deployed? And if so, is that information been pushed out to the parents that may not have the individual Wi-Fi hotspots that they can use, again, to make sure that they're accessing what we have across the county?
It's in progress. Wi-Fi hotspots started getting delivered to schools, I want to say today.
Okay.
They came in from our provider about 2 weeks after we ordered them. They've been inventoried, and now they will be shipped out and assigned to schools for the schools to check out to parents.
Oh, no, I wasn't talking about the checkout ones. I'm talking like the bus mobile Wi-Fis and
Okay.
the community pieces.
Yeah, so we're still investigating this idea of bus Wi-Fi. The 4 units that they sent us last spring to try out were subscription-based. We
Okay.
cannot use CARES Act funds to maintain subscriptions. It's very clear in the policy manual on that. You cannot use subscriptions. So we've had to turn those 4 back in and basically say, I'm sorry, we can't do that. However, there is a small pot of CARES Act funding that is designed for bus Wi-Fi hotspots. We're currently reaching out to our provider that provided us with the student hotspots to say, what do you have that will meet this need, so that we may be able to increase our use of Park and Learn by providing bus-equipped hotspots.
Okay,
Yeah.
that was my
So
concern. Was
in
those.
progress.
Okay, very good. And then just kind of most of what I'm seeing is a problem across the county from every level, whether it's a student, a grandmother, a teacher, or an administrator, has been communication pieces. And so I'm going to give you this piece as an example so you can tell me what to continue to inform. Grandma contacted me, her grandchild didn't have a Chromebook and her grandchild had to have a Chromebook. I said, well, do you have any device in your house? iPad, laptop, desktop? Well, I have an old iPad or an old laptop. And so I told her immediately, contact your principal, ask them how to access Canvas. And she's like, oh, okay, well, I can do that. So I know there's still that information gap in some areas. Is there anything we're specifically doing to address that? Is that all being handled locally at the schools?
I would say that probably is a school-based function. We have a district technology needs assessment that's available for parents and community members to fill out. That's how we actually are trying to track who has requested a school-owned device or who has requested a school-owned hotspot. I know that there are schools who were collecting information outside of that, and that's fine as long as in the end, we can determine who needs what. I think most families are reaching out to their schools to see what can we do to help. Now, the issue there again, though, is lack of devices on hand.
Well, and I think the bigger issue with some saying they need Chromebooks is because they heard, not necessarily they were listening, but they heard they needed a Chromebook. And they don't have to have a Chromebook.
No, you don't.
They have to have a device.
A device, yes.
So, okay, thank you, I'm done.
Yes, yes.
I want to piggyback off what Mrs. Strickland has just expressed. I have a concern, and it may not be the responsibility at this level, but I know that principals can't react unless parents respond, and because of the lack of being tech savvy, they might not understand. Yesterday, I had a situation where a neighbor was trying to assist a student. The parent has two students in our district, one in the 4th grade and one in the 2nd grade. The 4th grade student has a computer. I can't tell you whether it's Chromebook or not. Because it was in the central attendance area, that student the 4th grader is at Collar Heights. They have a computer assigned to them from the school district. The mother was under the impression that the 2nd grader could not go on that computer and do their program.
Yes, they
And
can.
so the directions were for her to contact the student's teacher, because she was aware of the student's teacher, and work it out with them. But we let her know that both students could use that one device. So there is some lack of information out there, because she was worried that this child probably would not get a device and therefore could not participate online.
That's actually one of the things that we need people to do. Because we don't have enough devices to be one-to-one, we need families to say, okay, I can make it work with one across multiple schools. So that's a great example of what we need people to be able to do, at least in the short term, until this order that we have placed comes in.
Well, how can we get this information out to parents?
A lot of that's when they're checking out the devices themselves. So when, you know, what the expectations are, there's usually forms you have to sign, and then, of course, information and...
Yeah, the forms, though, are the checkout forms. They don't talk about sharing across schools
But
or
I mean,
whatever.
I'm just saying, a lot of that's just being the expectation shared when they're actually picking up the device.
But then I would encourage us to let the principals know that we have some parents out there like that, and maybe there's some way that they can address it through the work that the teachers are doing, even if it's the hard copies. Because I know that we, at that level, K-8, we have the hard copies that support the curriculum as well as being online.
Yeah, we can do that.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask a question relative to the availability of remote access. Have we received, do we have any idea as to the number of kids that are not available to remote access in the county?
Are you talking about like hotspot requests?
No, I'm just talking about at their homes particularly.
Okay, well, so yes and no. The way the needs assessment is set up, it asks parents to identify what type of internet access in their home. And of course, one of the answer choice options is, I don't have internet access. But they can also choose other methods that we know are probably not adequate to complete much online work, and that steers them towards a hotspot as well. So if you're asking me how many people have said, I don't have internet, I really haven't broken it down that far. What I have worried about is people saying, I need a hotspot. And that is quickly approaching 1,500, if it didn't pass it last night.
Any other questions for Dr. Lewis? Thank you, Dr. Lewis.
Thank you.
Dr. Harrell.
Yes, sir. Thank you,
Next
Board
in
members.
line.
Just about good afternoon. As you can see in your documents, I'll go over some of the things for operations and maintenance and transportation, our department. One of the things we have right now in operations is trying to wait for our Minuteman machines, our disinfectant machines. We were hoping they would be in this week. Everyone, of course, when I talk about our supply chain, as Dr. Lewis has mentioned, everyone's competing for the same items or trying to get them in at the same time. We're optimistic that our disinfectant machines will be in next week, is what we're told from our supplier at this time. Also, we are interviewing custodial positions as one of our key points there. We started out with 11 positions when we started to unfreeze those, and we currently have made recommendations for 5, so we're currently 6 short. We're doing custodial interviews centrally so we can expedite the process. Also take that off of the principals as they have other things that obviously they're concerned about right now within their building. So we're pushing those through. Some ongoing concerns, of course, is our supplies. We feel pretty good right now. I made an inventory list with the help of our folks in operations just to give you some ideas. Right now we have 532 gallon containers of hand sanitizer as well as 792 16-ounce bottles after what we have distributed. So we believe that's about a 2-month supply at this point in time. What we've seen in the market with hand sanitizers is there does not appear to be a lag or delay in receiving hand sanitizing. Disinfectant, things like that. We are a little concerned about our disinfectant wipes. We believe that our disinfectant wipes, as well as gloves, those items that our nurses may need and use, are, not to be crude, but it's like the new toilet paper, right? Those are the things that it seems that the supply chain, the suppliers are trying to have to catch up with the demand that's out there. We currently have a little over about 2,600 packets or wipes available. We did purchase bucket wipes. We're looking at those. I did make a note to you that we have put out requests for bids using the CARES money. Remember the CARES money, we have to do anything over $10,000 has to be bidded out. So that is a process to go through. So I've put out a bid request that we hope to have opened September 4th for 3,000 buckets of wipes. Those wipes have 300 in a bucket, as well as about 5,000 bottles of wet pack disinfectant that we use on surfaces. Because our goal, of course, is we want to make sure that every teacher has a bottle of that in their room that they can use on hard surfaces, which will hopefully eliminate or reduce the amount of wiping that we have to do with the wipes. So just some information there as well. Also let you know on our treatments and things that we've done, we have disinfected, as our protocols have said, at least 16 times, and I have participated at least 12 of those. And we feel very confident that we are eliminating with our chemicals that we use the non-acid disinfectants, as well as what we're using that's EPA approved to disinfect our buildings. We have 620 gallons of that disinfectant at this time. We think we have about a 3-month supply with that ability to be able to disinfect surfaces in our buildings at this time. So I wanted to share those with you. Also in maintenance, as you know, maintenance has been going around working on putting up the Lexan and the shields for our ladies and men that are working in the offices. That process is still ongoing. They're working on that now, waiting for clips and those supplies to come in to suspend those things from the ceiling. We do have 8 vacancies in maintenance. As you know, those vacancies are currently on hold at this time. Transportation, we feel like the transportation is not going to be an issue at this time. We're basically halfway through with routes for our buses and getting those done. Tim's has been working very, very hard. We're projecting that by September 2nd, September 6th, we should have pretty much all of the buses and the routes completed for the schools. Keep in mind, as the notes say, that we're doing routes, about 550 routes is what we're doing, which is at least double to triple what we normally have done in the time. You can see the notes there as to how we've had our bus drivers trained and the chemicals and stuff that has been bought to disinfect the buses. I think we've used so far 50 gallons of alcohol disinfectant to disinfect our buses, and we have 10 teams that, when this was done, or more potentially now, of bus drivers that have been trained, as well as mechanics, to disinfect our buses when the children are either on, before they go on, or after they leave the buses, to make sure they're sanitized as they can be there. Just some of the ongoing concerns there, obviously, as I mentioned, is our bus driver fleet, ourselves of our drivers, and our drivers, of course, are up in age, so we want to make sure we do everything we can to protect them and their health, as well as, we have no substitute drivers. We have had this discussion before in normal years that we're usually short a couple drivers each year in a normal year. So we're thinking right now we're somewhere around 20 drivers short, but we always have done double runs, and if we have to, we'll do those again. When all the routes are done as well, we'll be able to see in more detail what that specific need really is if we're going to be 20 short, if we need a few more, or actually you need less at that time. But routes should be completed before school starts. Child Nutrition has started serving, as you know, curbside meal service. That's been an interesting process. We had some good news with Child Nutrition. If you may remember, I mentioned in either some of the committee meetings or here that there was a concern that the USDA would not give us a waiver to serve as we have been over the summer, where we do not have to take names or identifiable information to go into our system to be reimbursed. The USDA, did give us a waiver. So after September 1st, we can continue to serve as we needed to in the past, where we don't have to take a student's identification number or name to be able to be reimbursed for that meal specifically. We do have a concern in Child Nutrition that I'll share with you, is that our participation rate the first week was very low. Our participation rate was 13%. It typically runs 58 to 60%. The concern there is Child Nutrition on a good month will generate or serve 25 to 30,000 meals, and about half that in breakfast. So we have a very real concern that if our meal service does not increase our participation, that Child Nutrition will have some funding concerns before this is over, and there may be a potential reduction or hour reduce in our staff there because of just how much it costs to operate Child Nutrition at this time. So I want to make sure you are aware of that. If you have questions on that, we have been brainstorming and thinking of ideas as to how we can continue to serve our students, get those foods to them, as well as potentially having ideas of how we could use buses to deliver if we needed to with Child Nutrition. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Any questions that I may be able to answer for board members?
Yeah, quick question on the reduced participation. Is that because of they don't have the communication as to where they can pick up meals, do you think?
Well, we're doing different than what we did over the summer when we were shut down. We are doing curbside meal service at every school.
Okay.
So what we wanted to do, as Ms. Faison and I had a discussion, was to start out at least where it was available in every community and communicate that out, that parents and individuals can come to their school to receive those meals instead of having to come to the 9 or the 10 central sites that we did when we were first shut down. So we think we've done a good job. We also know obviously there may be some transportation issues and things where students may not be able to come. We're hoping that once we get back in the building at some point, that participation will go up because we'll have children in the building to some degree every day.
Okay.
We're projecting that we need to serve around 17,000, 18,000 meals a month to maintain what we have at this current time.
Dr. Harrell, you made mention of the disinfecting of the buses after the restaurant. How does that work? I mean, is that school-based?
So that is we have trained bus drivers as well as our mechanics, and what Mr. Lee has done is he has bought handheld sanitizing machines that can be pumped up, and what happens is they're using alcohol. Alcohol will evaporate faster than our Guardian disinfectant that we use in the classrooms, and the driver or the team will sanitize as they go down the aisle to get the front of the seats, and they turn around and come back and get the back of the seats. And within at least 30 minutes, the alcohol has evaporated from the bus.
On the numbers that we're going to transport, because we don't, I guess if we move forward as September the 8th is going to be the day, unless we make other decisions today, are we one student per seat? Is that what?
We're currently at 1 student per seat unless it is a sibling. The DPI transportation guidelines do allow family members to sit together. So we have 2 different size buses. Remember, we have buses that have 72 rider capacity and 68, depending on the length. So you cut that down to the seats. So we're looking at 22 to 26 that can ride on a bus. We are also prepared, of course, with our buses, that we have seats available up front in case we have children that we pick up that may not have the attestation form or following those procedures that we're supposed to do through our Strong Schools document.
Any other questions for Dr. Harrell?
Yes, Mr. Chair, how many of our schools have only one custodian at their site?
Currently, that would be School Street.
School Street
has 1, yes, sir.
Has 1. Has there been any, I know that you and HR made some arrangements regarding bus drivers to try to pull in some assistance. How has that helped?
We've had about 40, so what Mr. Henderson is referring to as
we were looking at delaying our starting or having everyone come back September 8th. We looked at having an opportunity provided to our bus drivers to continue to work using transportation funds and transferring that over to another PRC code to pay those drivers. We had about 40 of our bus drivers that took us up on that opportunity, and they have been assigned a school that they work at Mr. Henderson to work the hours that they have potentially lost on their bus route at this time. And so they're helping participate with custodial services as well as other items that the principal may need help with at the time. We did do that, if you remember, over the summer when we began to be shut down in March. We provided the opportunity for our bus drivers to help, and some of them participated in help with meal service as well for curbside, which our numbers were larger at that time.
And those have been allowed prior to board approval. I guess this would have to go to the board as far as the additional hours, or does it?
Well, no, sir. We moved ahead with it to make sure these individuals did not lose employment opportunity, to not lose hours when it comes to their benefits, things like that, and provide there. The money is there because it's transportation funds. We're moving it over because remember, transportation is a block grant, and we receive about $5.4 million from the state at this time. Now, we will have a concern, obviously, if this continues, to be honest with you, as to how long we can keep that pace up and transfer those funds over. If we continue to provide opportunities for those employees to work if we're not running buses, how long that can be sustainable.
Okay, and relative to your plexiglass, you're
Yes,
saying
sir.
that when do you anticipate that all schools would be fully furnished with plexiglass? Because I visited one school yesterday, and they
Yes,
still
sir.
have some concerns about that.
I did too. I went to one as well. So our anticipation is that before we have children back on campus on September 8th, we'll have that job completed.
For
Yes,
all
sir.
schools?
Yes, sir. And we have been in contact with some principals, well, all principals. Some principals, as I know you're aware, the offices are already set up in such ways that they may not need that. And then there are some, as the school I went to yesterday, that the office is completely open and needs that in place.
As relative to the wipes and the amount of time you think they will last, have we taken into consideration whether or not the quarantines and things of that nature would impact the availability for a
The
period of
supply
time?
chain? Yes, sir, we have. We've looked into that and talked to our suppliers. What our suppliers are telling us at this time that we've used is that our sanitation, hand sanitizer should not be an issue, that the suppliers and manufacturers are up to date. We do believe we have enough in stock of those items that we can make it at least 2, maybe 3 months if we stretch it on the sanitizer that we use in our hands. The wipes is the concern because that everyone's trying to get the same thing at this time when it comes to the disinfectant and wipes. And our suppliers, we have one order that we ordered at least a month ago with UniFirst. That was a $10,000 order, and we're still waiting for that. UniFirst at the time could deliver. Of course, as you know, our processes take a little bit of time to go through generating a purchase order, getting it approved, and by the time that was approved, UniFirst said they will get it to us as quick as they can, and that's for about 1,500 additional packets of wipes, to have 50 to 75 wipes in a packet. What our goal is that the hospital-grade buckets that I mentioned a couple minutes ago that have 300 in a small bucket, our goal is as we put that bid source out that we're able to get a steady supply of those to last. And then we can provide those to our staff. We do have a concern as to how to project how much of these items we will use. Because to be very honest with you, we are guessing to some degree, right, to know how much we'll use once we have people back in the building.
I guess in my last question, relative to your custodians, do you feel confident at this point, if we going back into the schools, that we would have, the custodians would have enough time to do all that is needed to do with the limited amount of custodians that we have?
If we can get the current vacancies we have left filled before September 8th and get those in place, provide them with the training they need from my staff, I feel confident we can provide and then get the Minuteman machines that we need, that we're waiting on, because that machine is critical for us for providing the disinfecting that we would like to do in each room or the spaces that we need. That's the main item that I'm concerned about right now, as I listed on the sheet, is getting those in. But I feel like that, yes, sir, we can. Now, as you're all aware of, as we've put out directives and things to our custodial staff, we are asking more of more people because of the documents and what are being asked. And as I have said before, for better or worse, I do believe this is a team effort, and it's going to take all hands on deck. You know, even asking our teachers to help us within the classroom and things when it comes to helping our custodial staff. Because as you are aware, we did eliminate a contract in our custodial services, and we did not replace person for that contract for our custodians. So we are a little thinner.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Piggybacking on that, I personally thought that it was a great idea to see if there any bus drivers wanted to do extra. As we fill our custodial staff to the normal staffing levels, are we going to start slowly reducing the double use of the bus drivers? Because as you said, there's a limited amount of resource there.
Yes. So and that's a great question, so I'll address it this way. So one of the things that we did, Mr. Latham, was as we give the drivers an opportunity to work, was we looked at right now having the opportunity to work until we get back into the building.
Okay.
Reason I say that is once we're able to run buses, then we'll have a different picture of the level of need and how many drivers may have potentially either gained time or lost time based on the bus routes. And then we would come back and address that at that time if we wanted to continue to give that opportunity to a bus driver that may have lost 30 minutes or an hour in their routes, or if we have the financial ability to be able to do it at that time.
Dr. Harrell, I've got a question. This is not an attempt to try to call anybody out, so please don't take it as that, because I'm just curious, because I've had two different phone calls about the same issue. And I'll just give you an example, and it may be something you just maybe need to check with the operations coordinator. School A has 1,000 students, School B has 500 students. A and B are getting the same quantity of supplies. That's two real questions I've had from two different sites.
So it depends on, my question to you would be, what supply was it that was delivered? So there have been multiple things delivered to the school based on the amounts that we have, Mr. West. So for example, we delivered the state face mask a couple of weeks ago to there, and then we've been asking the principals to give us the number on the state face mask for how many children they're actually going to have on campus when we start back, minus those that are doing virtual, so we deliver those. We delivered our first load of hand sanitizer. Every teacher and staff member got a bottle, and then we have some items that we've been receiving that are limited quantity. So we've been taking certain amounts to certain schools. So I can check in that for you. I would just simply ask what was the product that was delivered, and then I could give you a better answer.
I understand.
Yes, sir.
Have we delivered everything that we've got? Not everything that we've got, but has every school received their shipment of what they need if they were to open school tomorrow? Do they have their sanitizing outside of the fogging machines?
Yes, sir.
Which I understood you said would be delivered hopefully sometime midweek or something.
Right. The only thing that we're still getting numbers on is trying to make sure we have accurate numbers with the principals on the state-provided face masks that they need. Yes, sir. And we'll have those, we already have those in stock, and we'll have those out in a day once we have those accurate numbers.
And that is 3 per student, is that right?
Yes, sir. It's a pack of 5. So remember, the state sent us several thousand based on our ADM numbers, I believe, for last year, as well as our staff numbers. And then we were asked to distribute those. And if you remember, they're a pack of 5, and they're cloth Hanes mask made by the Hanes t-shirt company. And they are washable and can be used up to so many times if the individual gives it the appropriate care.
So in the event that a student happens to misplace or use or whatever happens to the ones that are issued, what can they do then?
So we have had, that's a great question. So we have provided for our bus drivers or have at transportation the type of mask that you have in your hand there next to your left hand, so that they can be given to a visitor or someone that may come and may not have a mask, for at least for that moment in time while they're in one of our facilities somewhere.
Any other questions for Dr. Harrell? Thank you, Dr. Harrell.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Ms. Ishii?
I can start off with some really strong positives. Our folks across the district in every school made a monumental push to reach out and contact families and get them in for inductions to get them going. That push successfully reached the vast majority of our students. There are still, they haven't been able to find, but principals, when they couldn't reach them by phone, were going out with social workers and guidance counselors and knocking on doors, and they tracked down a lot of students. Students, whether they were virtual or Plan B, came in, did inductions. We feel very good about having everybody started off on some kind of level playing field at the beginning of this year. That was a massive push, and I'm really proud of our folks at every school for the work they did there. So we're feeling good about that. The other thing that I think we should all feel good about is a great deal of highly compressed training has rolled out. Teachers have been self-directed in some of that. There are train-the-trainer groups going on right now, and so those trainers are starting to flow out with training into schools. The HMH materials went out across the board, K to 8, and students have been given hard copies of those materials. Teachers are being trained in that. Apex training is ongoing. Think Up Math training is ongoing. So just massive amounts in a compressed amount of time. And then there's the sort of ongoing training and getting up to speed and getting more comfortable with the LMS, which is Canvas and Google Classroom. So that's sort of a good news, but there's bad news on that LMS side as well, which I can talk about. But as far as the effort that everyone's putting in, you know, there's not a teacher or administrator in this district that is not working incredibly hard right now. And I think we should all acknowledge that and be very proud of them for the effort that they are not giving up. They're digging in and working hard. So where we have concerns, teachers are still getting comfortable and trying to learn their way through the LMS and Canvas, as are students. The majority are not strong and confident in that yet. And I think some of their worries is, in addition to that, they're not entirely sure and confident and have not had adequate training yet in how to simultaneously teach face-to-face and virtual students. So the message we're getting is trying to learn that while students are in front of you, that's hard. So we're worried about people feeling confident and moving forward, doing a good job once the kids walk in the door on the 8th. There's a issue that's bubbling up around how to record and stream classes. That's starting to bubble up and be debated at the state level, and I'm going to say probably the national level, because of privacy considerations. You have teachers all over the country recording and trying to stream their classes to kids who aren't in those classes. It's hard to record a class when there's children in the classroom or there's children online talking, and you have to maintain privacy standards. But there are no clear-cut guidelines at this moment today on what those standards are supposed to look like in this hybrid environment. So we're starting to get more and more questions of, can I record this in my classroom, or can this child's face be on the screen, or can their name be on the screen, or can their voice come across in this recording that I'm rolling out so that a student can watch it at a later time and still participate in my class? And we don't have clear answers because the state doesn't and the country doesn't. And all of you, I'm sure, are aware of privacy concerns with children online. Everybody across the state has the same concerns, and we don't have answers for that. So the more we use our technology in our classroom with children, the more this is going to bubble up. Yeah, the LMS, the Canvas and Google they're not as user-friendly or as quick and fast as we would like. And for people who are new to it, it's a steep learning curve. We're hearing from teachers saying they're spending tens of, into hundreds of hours over 2 weeks just dealing with that. At the high school level, many teachers are having to simultaneously develop curriculum for courses they haven't taught before because they may have a handful of virtual students. Maybe they've taught English 1 and 2, but not English 3, and their virtual students are English 3. So now they're developing some curriculum and having to learn Canvas and load it in, and they're talking about time. Time is they're just working around the clock between that and then keeping contact with their students every day, doing that back and forth contact that they need for attendance every day, teaching their virtual students every day. They're just up to their eyeballs using time, and then we're continuing to do training. So that's a concern. This morning, because I wanted to be as up-to-date as possible, and we've been checking in with principals as we go along. So this morning, I called all of the high school and middle school principals, and Yolanda Wynn called the elementary principals, and we managed to reach everybody except for 4 elementaries, and just asked a simple question: Are you ready for face-to-face students on the 8th, or is there some reason why you need more time? And of those, all of the high school principals, the traditional high school principals, all 6, said we need more time. Overall, we talked to 25 principals. 7 said they feel ready for face-to-face on the 8th. And everybody else, middle and elementary, said they felt they needed more time. And again, 4 elementary principals we were not able to reach. This was on the heels of last week. We called principals to check in if they were ready to go into the next phase of our training, which was supposed to start last week. And the majority of principals at that time said, we just need you to pause a little bit. Some said, yes, we're ready to keep going. So we gave those the option to start getting their trainers trained so they could roll into the next phase. But the majority said, no, we need our folks to get stronger on Canvas and more confident with that before we can move into learning how to teach hybrid instruction. So we had to slow down and pull back a little bit because we have to respond to what they're telling us. So as a sort of quick temperature check that we're doing ongoing with administrators who are out there working with the teachers, these aren't scientific studies, these are just quick phone calls. That's what we heard this morning. So that's my update.
Let me ask you a question. We've got, 6,000 students, basically, give or take, that have signed up now. I mean, we had 7,000, it's down to 6,000 that have signed up for Virtual Academy.
I think it's around 6, yep.
And the lack of having enough teachers who were willing to sign up to teach Virtual Academy is the sheer reason that we had to put this on some high school teachers who may be also teaching face-to-face.
Yeah, and I think not just high school, but across the board, we didn't have enough sign up to say we want to be 100% virtual at the beginning of August. So high schools in particular had to quickly figure out a way to schedule the breadth of their classes. And the only way they could reasonably do that was to spread the virtual kids among the bulk of the teachers. Now at the middle schools and elementary, depending on their situation, they may or may not have scheduled it that way. But we do know across the board, elementary, middle, and high school, we did not have enough teachers that signed up to do that.
Well, given that we had a choice to make, there were
Yep.
3 options. We still have a large number, I think, from what I've gathered, of teachers who, I guess, have some fear of going back into the classroom, but I guess it's fair to say that some of those also didn't sign up to teach virtually.
I can't say for sure because I haven't asked them, but it's probably a good possibility. Now, signing up to be 100% virtual doesn't mean you teach from home.
Right.
Unless you have a medical reason.
But as far as being face-to-face.
As far as being face-to-face with children, you would have been put in a space to do your teaching. So I don't know why they didn't take advantage of the option. I know early on there was some confusion about people thinking they were going to be moved out of their position if they opted to go virtual. We dispelled that here in a public board meeting, and I think got that word out with the NCAE rep and assured them that wasn't the case. So I don't know the reason why that didn't happen, but yes, teachers had the option.
Mrs. Ishii, it has been expressed to me by some teachers that they were interested in virtual because they did not want to go back into the building. So when they found out that they had to report, unless there were special conditions,
Right.
that they would have to go to the building.
Yeah.
It wasn't just being face-to-face with students, it was just going into the building, that they did not want to do that. So when they just decided if I gotta be in the building, I just go to do face-to-face. I've taught with principals as well and some teachers. I didn't cover the gamut of 25, but I would have to say that you are correct, that we need to compliment our teachers and all school site staff as well as others who have participated in this initial opening. But every principal that I spoke to, they started off highly complimenting their staff for the work that they have done to get to where they are at this time. But I will also tell you that they really would value some extended time because they feel that their teachers are overwhelmed. They're facing a lot of anxiety, not only because of the workload right now, trying to learn a curriculum and teach a curriculum. And you can say an English teacher should be ready, but there's a massive difference in English 1 and 2 versus English 3, junior English, and senior English. You have a great deal more literature, there's a lot more reading, and definitely more writing. So it is not the easiest transition when you have to do it, and you might find that out at the last minute before school starts so that you can't plan ahead of time. And then the other concern is the anxiety of facing students. They want to see their students, but they feel that this is going to be a different experience because of the distancing, because of the mask wearing, and because of the pandemic in general. So there's some anxiety there. And I would like to stress that you can have the greatest master teacher in the world, but if they're working under a great deal of stress, they don't function as well as they would under normal circumstances. And so I do think that we have to take that into consideration just as well as taking into consideration the safety of our students. And that is, when I say teachers, I'm not eliminating any school site staff. So I want to make that clear because everybody working on the school site, at a school site, is facing the same situation. So I think that all of the things that they have done well, I think we really need to take heed to the concerns that we have because we're dealing with human beings and they have to face another set of human beings.
Let me ask you one thing, Ms. Ishii, and I think one of the bigger concerns I'm hearing from some of the people who need more time is simply one of the big things is the understanding of Canvas. I guess the difference. You've got some teachers that really grasp and have grasped Canvas, and some who are having a difficult time with it. And I've had several teachers reach out to me and say, "Look, you know." And maybe I look at things too simple, but is it out of the question to maybe school-based sites? And this may already be happening. I don't know. According to these people, it's not. But I mean, you know, I'm not saying it is or isn't because I'm not in there. But would it be possible for the administrators to see if they've got staff members who completely understand Canvas from a teacher's perspective, maybe have a couple of hours in one day where they can help others who are having a difficult time?
Yeah, they're all
Canvas is an obstacle. I mean, that should be something that they could overcome fairly easy with some, I mean, I think, was all their training online for Canvas?
It was, and the schools are doing that. The principals are very tuned into that, and they know who their high flyers are, and those teachers that are really strong are volunteering their own time, even though they're, pressed for time to help their peers. It's a very collegial, we're all in this together, we're gonna learn this together, trying to pull those that are so uncomfortable along. Even the ones who are strong in it technologically are still acknowledging it takes a lot of time to work with, to load classes and to develop your curriculum and load it in and to make this workable. And then they're needing, rightly so as teachers, to help their students learn their way around in it as well. It doesn't help if only the teacher knows it if the kids can't navigate it well. So, and parents as much as they can.
And if that starts with the teacher, then the teacher has to be
Confident.
comfortable and confident with their skill in order to teach someone else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I got a question. Ms. Ishii, when did we first learn that we were going to be transitioning to Canvas and Google Classroom?
It was June, I think, when the state said they were rolling out. I'm trying to remember. I think it was June.
Over the summer, they determined that what they would do is provide us, one of the CARES Act pots of money that we got was specifically for the adoption of Canvas as a statewide learning management system on LMS.
And it was a little bit before they started back to school, and so we let principals know to share with their staff members who weren't on site yet, hey, if you want to get a jump on this, there's modules that you can start doing.
That was my second
Yeah.
question. When was it placed in their hands to where they can actually begin learning it?
That was probably maybe early July by the time it was all ready to go. But remember that, it's like vacation time. We couldn't mandate training. We talked about that at the last meeting too. They were not on the clock. They were not being paid. That's hard, intensive work, to ask somebody to do on their own time, not really fair. Some did, a few, some folks did, and a few people had already used it. But by and large, the bulk of our teachers dove into it when they came back to work.
Okay. That's all I have.
Any other questions for Ms. Ishii?
I do have some. Okay, thank you. Well, my first question is for Ms. Cornetta. Do you have any advice on the question or updates you can give us on what was posed about the concern of those videoing and the live stream from that legal side?
Yes, I do. Thank you for that question. We have helped a number of school districts with communication to principals, to parents, to let them know if there is going to be recording and that they could opt out, the parents could opt their children out of those sessions. That's something we can absolutely help you navigate. It is very tricky, depending on what platform you're using, how long the class will be recorded, who will be seen and heard. But what we've done for other districts is to give the option for parents to opt out of those recorded sessions and only allow their children to watch the recorded sessions.
Okay, so kind of to expound on that, and I know the experiences that are happening in my house, but if they're happening in my house, they're happening across the district. So no, I'm not only talking about my children, I'm talking about what I see, and I know that it plays in other households. Right now, I have 3 that are in the full virtual, and I have 1 that's in the blend. Okay, with the ones that are in virtual already, some of the teachers are recording that virtual, and I'll walk into the room and I've got all the kids' faces popped up on the screen. I mean, is that okay, or do we need to be instructing those teachers to only record, and they may only be recording themselves, they may be, because I had a child that missed a class and had to come back and watch it. So I didn't see the follow-up watch.
Right.
I guess that question is, if they're live, but the teacher is recording themselves only, how does that play into it?
Right, I mean, there's all sorts of permutations, which is why if we can know what you actually use or the teacher is using, we can
Okay.
guide them on when to record, when to stop recording, if there's interaction with teacher-student, if there are people that are visible observers in the camera shot. You know, the idea is there's no expectation of privacy in a classroom. So observers can come, but it's that we don't want observers to be recording, and that's some of the conditions that we would put in a communication to parents.
So
That's gonna be a problem though, no matter how we operate.
And that's what, so we have one school now that is doing all of their classes synchronously. So the students in that school are all expected, if they're at home on remote, to log on for the regular school day. All their classes are happening at the same time every day, and the teachers are teaching the class and recording it. The teachers are on video, so there's not a camera aimed at the classroom of face-to-face kids, but their voices are involved because there's discussion happening, and the kids at home are logged in. I don't know, other than honor system, how you would say to somebody in the basement, you can't record what's going on while your kid's in 6 hours of synchronous lessons.
Right.
You're not allowed to do that. That's breaking the rules. You know, there's also a different version of whether the kid who's at home watching, is their face showing on the screen that the teacher's looking at, is just their name on the screen, certainly their voice is coming through. So something that identifies them in some way is being streamed at the very least to the, say, 25 kids who are part of that class virtually and face-to-face simultaneously, whether it's their voice, their face, or their name. To our lawyer, unless we shut that down and said, you will now just video your teacher teaching and then push that out to all your students, and that's the only recording you do, there won't be any synchronous anything happening.
When it's a lot of times those questions that child A asked is what child B needed to hear.
Right.
And so what I have seen in both situations in my individual house have been very productive. The ones that have the students in the classroom, as well as the ones that are, the teachers are doing the live recording, live session, and then the child that missed it can jump back in. It's going really, really well from a parent's perspective right now for most of them, and I know it is so hard for the teachers to figure this out. But I do want to say thank you right now to all of them that are pushing through this. Then that leads into my question, because I know they're going to have to get with you a little bit more closely, but I think you've answered all I can without every single caveat, but what if? So one of the, and I didn't speak to as many this round as I did before the last meeting, but one of the teachers that is currently in virtual only had, you know, you could tell that she was looking for that extra time, but the question that came about was where we have students already in the classroom and we're doing remote and in-person at the same time, they're already bouncing and bumping into the walls and hitting some of the roadblocks and working through them. How can we communicate that information of, hey, I did this and it worked great, and hey, I did this and it was horrible? How can we push that from those two schools that are already under Plan B into the others? Because this teacher said to me, if you can give me that, then I will be a lot more comfortable opening up on September 8th.
Yeah, well, that was part of the reason that I also called them this morning to hear what was working well for them. But it's actually larger than just those two schools. So we have these super core teams of teachers from all over the county who know and how to do this well, and they're the ones who are sort of lead trainer teachers of the other teachers. So the spirit of what you're talking about, they're talking about and sharing because they know how to do it.
But I mean, do teachers know, hey, by the way, Sarah's offering a course in full online, you know, and face-to-face math. You guys can go see her notes on it. I mean, is there anything where they know that they can go, or are they still looking? Because what I'm hearing is a lot of them are like, I don't know who to talk to, and that makes me sad.
All right, well, we can share out with it. But I do want to address one more thing. because the synchronous model, right, if you're able to participate in it, it seems great, right? You're just as good as, almost as in the classroom. However, we heard through the spring and into this fall from large numbers of parents who said, synchronous is a real problem for us, right? We're 3 kids sharing 1 computer, so there's no way. Or I'm not going to be home to help my 3rd grader until after dinner, and you can't expect them to be on a synchronous class at 10 in the morning. So the number of kids who can actually sit down virtually and do synchronous classes, I think is probably fairly small. So we need to take that into account and not over-encourage our teachers to record synchronous classes, because a lot of kids will not be able to access that at the time.
Okay, so just help me then with logistics then, because the way I envision it is that I'm teaching a class live, I film it, and then I load it up, because that is what one of our teachers is doing.
Yes.
And then those coming back in after hours are able to not only watch the class, but they're hearing the questions that they may would have asked if they were live, but they're being asked live.
That's how it would work logistically, unless we get shut down on privacy concerns that make it a problem for us to record that class and that discussion and those kids and then roll it out. That's our biggest concern about how to do that and not get in trouble.
There is a solution to not shut down engaging synchronous learning.
What was that one more time?
There is a solution to not shut down engaging synchronous online learning.
Okay.
And I mean, we'll have to work on what the platform is and the notice to the parents, and if they want to.
Okay, so it really is just the platform and the notice, and we can
Absolutely.
keep driving forward.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yes.
awesome. Thank you both very much.
Other questions for Ms. Isham? Let me ask you one thing, and this doesn't pertain to what you were just talking about, but this is a question that's been posed to me. The situation, you're an English teacher, you have 15 kids in your class today. Tomorrow they show up, you find out one of your kids who was in your class tested positive for COVID that night. Well, what's the protocol? What do you do?
You talk to Manning.
I wasn't real sure who to ask, but anyway, Dr. Manning.
Good question.
Okay, maybe Dr. Manning will cover that when she's up next. Anyway. Okay, thank you. Just let's make sure we cover it. Anything else from Ms. Isham?
I had one question. How many teachers did sign up to go 100% virtual?
I do
You
not
don't
know. No, I don't, Dr. Mason, do you have any close
Dr.
account on that?
Yancey has that information
Okay.
for you.
Let me go down the hall and check on it
Okay.
and then get back to you.
But we were a number of short, right?
Many short.
Okay.
Nowhere near close.
Okay.
Yep.
So as a result, then we had to enlist teachers to fill
Right.
those slots.
I think when we originally talked about it
Right.
2 weeks ago, we were, we needed half again as, right.
Okay.
I think you said about 150.
50
You said
at
you
the
needed
time.
Twice that many.
Yeah.
At the time.
But I don't know where we stand.
Yeah, I just wanted to see if the numbers had changed.
Changed.
or-
Yeah, I'll check with.
Okay, thank you.
But that was right, Mr. Latham. Principals then had to go back to teachers and say, I know you didn't sign up, but we need to try and get this scheduled, and can you do 2 things together? So, yes, that's how we played that out.
Okay, good, thank you.
And that's when you might ask an English 1 or English level 2 teacher that is probably outstanding in those areas to move up to English 3, because they do have the background to do it. It's just that curriculum calls for a lot more.
To piggyback on that, then I guess I do have another question. I think I remember when we were discussing that before, that since the virtual academy was technically separate, but you were still in your school district, but those teachers may be teaching students across districts, lines. Did we end up doing that way, or did we keep them in the building and
I
so-
think they ended up within the buildings.
So you know your students and.
I'm pretty certain we have very few, we may not have any teachers teaching kids from other schools in all virtual. Yep.
And then I asked you a question after a meeting recently, and I'm going to ask it again now publicly to see if anything's changed. I know that, like Ms. Burden had said, it's very different teaching a different subject that you may not have done the last 5, 10, 15 years. Have we been able, and I know you said this was done before through like different teacher chat rooms, have we been able to reach out to groups like the North Carolina Virtual Public Schools that are part of the North Carolina classroom that in our building and say, hey, Miss Burden's going to be teaching English this year and she's a math pro. Do you already have a curriculum in place that's loaded up that we can share and work together? There's been none of that.
No.
I will say that makes me sad with the whole state being in this situation. A collaborative network, even organized at the state level, would have been a wonderful option, and that would have taken so much pressure off of our teachers, K through 12, because, again, test subjects in my house, I have 2 taking online civics with 2 different teachers. They're not doing the exact same thing. They are both using NC Ed Cloud, and they do have the same information they have to teach for 10th grade honor civics, but they're doing it their way. Right. And so there's things already in place that it would be so wonderful if we could have a better network of sharing.
Now, don't minimize the amount of network sharing and collaboration within the district.
Oh, I'm not minimizing that.
But
I'm looking for resources to make it better and help them so they're not so stressed.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking for, is if there's any way that we can help make that, hey, I know that Bob in the next county over teaches this, you may want to reach out to him and he might can help you.
Yeah.
And not just on how to use Canvas, but on like.
I mean, our teachers are very inventive, and they're all over national chat rooms trying to share and get curriculum ideas and how to do this. They're in Canvas user group, help groups, all over the internet, content. They're reaching far and wide whenever they can, but your point is well taken.
But I'm always looking at what can we do to make it easier from this building, because they're doing the Herculean task in the classrooms.
Well, I'm going to say this. Right now, anything that they do, time is the issue, because they're trying to do so many things on top of one another, and it continually takes more time. And what we're doing is trying to squeeze that time to get something else accomplished.
Yeah, and I still just want to make sure everybody's, and I know you're aware, but I want to put a point on it. Need more time doesn't mean they're not teaching. They're all teaching right now, right? They're all teaching virtually, 100%. They're instructing. They just don't have face-to-face teaching going on. But they are fully engaged in full-time teaching right now, in addition to the training and the LMS and all that stuff. They're teaching.
Yes, I was just saying that when you have to seek out something else, it adds on to that. I realize that they are teaching now, and she's trying to give them some resources to make it easier. But it takes time to find research that. That's
a lot of time. Yeah, a lot of time.
I guess that is, Ms. Bird, the ultimate piece of, we know it's hard, but if we had a warehouse piece of things that we've been able to combine, it'd be easier for them maybe to find. So are we still waiting for Ms. Yancey, or?
I mean, by standardizing, you save time. You make it easier to standardize what they're going to do. And I just wish we'd have gotten a few more standards given to us. It almost seems like we're inventing the wheel ourselves, almost.
Well, we are.
In some ways, we're in much better shape than we would have been, because the last couple of years before this, we did our district curriculum mapping, we rolled out standards, we put a lot of resources and materials in the core content areas on our website available for teachers. So they had that starting point, so they didn't have to totally reinvent anything, except that they're having
this is a new wheel.
A new wheel.
Yeah, this is a new wheel.
Yep.
And it would save an immense amount of time if things from the start of this would have been, with the help from the state, obviously, would have been more standardized.
If we could have taken an online package to curriculum and just put it in their hand and said, teach, would have been easier. So if you have nothing else for me, I'm going to go try to get an answer for your question.
Any other questions? Well,
She's going to get a number.
Let's give her just a minute, because maybe Dr. Artis was getting the number that Mr. Latham read the question. Dr. Orders, were you able to get that information? Is Ms. Ishii putting that together?
Dr. Yancey is down with Ms. Brown. Dr.
Here's-
Yancey and she are pulling that information right now.
So HR has 125 officially signed up for all virtual, which is less than we originally had. It sounds like when they went back and reshuffled, some teachers were probably shuffled out of 100% virtual, although that's only speculation.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
yep.
And then that would have meant that we would have needed about 200 or a little over 200.
More.
Yeah, because I remember on the last one, you were saying for 7,000, we would need 280
Yeah.
teachers. So we're about 225, so we're about 100 short.
Because
More
we-
virtual.
We've got 1,000 less students now, you said. We went from
Yeah,
7,000 to
to
6,000
Yep.
in 100% virtual, so.
Yep.
Obviously, that would reduce the teacher load a little bit, but, you know, we're still 100,
We're still
100 teachers short.
We're still short.
Yeah, okay.
No more questions for Ms. Ishii? Let me
Thank you.
ask,
Thanks.
is the board, are you interested in taking a short 10-minute break, or you want to continue?
I'm fine.
Dr. Mason?
Good.
Okay. Okay, from Human Resources, first I'd like to thank all employees for their return to work at the beginning of the year. Even before we jumped into any professional development, we relocated over 70 employees at the beginning of the year. If you all remember, we had an enormous task of placing staff, teachers, maintenance, bus drivers, custodians, just trying to relocate staff into different vacancies. So that was one critical change that our staff were contacted about over the summer, that they were going to be shifted from the known to an unknown task. So that started the process for us reopening school. So that was one of our first contacts, and that did go very well, I would say, that we successfully contacted them and worked through principals as we tried to relocate them into new positions as we started the year. So that started some of the conversation for how we were going to do things differently. In addition to some successes in the HR department, we also had to have a new way of onboarding new employees. So with this new shift with COVID, normally we see everyone face-to-face in our office. So we created a Zoom platform with onboarding in addition to all of the videos or online documents that the new employees had to be oriented to. They went through that virtually. So we had to shift from everyone coming in here doing a face-to-face process to an online platform. That was a shift for a lot of our employees via out of state or here in the area for them to use either their phone or some type of laptop so that they would know how to get into Zoom, which started that process of what teaching would also look like for many of them as well. Not only teachers, but our bus drivers, our maintenance workers, and cafeteria workers were introduced to a virtual platform. So we had onboarded, we do continue with onboarding weekly. Our new staff are onboarded in that way as well, which has been going very well. But if we see that we have employees who do not have that access, we have 4 at a time come into our conference room, and we will do onboarding face-to-face. But we have shifted that, and that has been a great opportunity for us as well. We normally have new teacher orientation that many of you are involved in. As you know, you get invited to the breakfast and that 3-day event, but we also had to shift our 3-day new teacher orientation where we engage over 300 new employees and teachers to a virtual platform as well. So we were still working with different platforms behind the scenes as well as with our technology team to create that opportunity for new teachers. And so we successfully onboarded them with over 100 teachers and then continuing that process with new employees. We introduced this concept also to substitutes. Our substitutes are decreasing, but we have had a lot of substitutes that are still interested in subbing this year. So we had to move from the face-to-face at School Street substitute refresher training to introduce them to the Zoom platform as well. So this year we have retrained and completed the refresher for the medication and the bloodborne pathogen training that is required for our substitutes to begin subbing this year with over 128 substitutes. That is down, and that is one of my ongoing concerns that I'll talk about as well. So right now we have about 128 subs that are ready to sub this year in Wayne County. Another area that we collaborated on that Dr. Harrell talked about is working with our bus drivers to continue to find that work. So our departments collaborated during this remote work time to transition them to have the training and be supportive in the area of maintenance, or if they're going to help with child nutrition, so that they are not losing their hours. We gave them that opportunity. We sent that to you as well so that they had an opportunity to select if they wanted to work or if they wanted to take leave, if many of them had that leave to do so. We implemented a collaboration with student support services with our lead nurses from across our district. Our lead nurse and nurses made videos for us so that we could insert during our training to substitutes and new teachers about COVID-related health and safety options for them coming back into the workplace, so that they could look at those training videos so that they were prepared on what they needed to do when they entered into the classroom or if they went into a building. So we're very thankful that our nurses provided that to us, and we uploaded those videos for our incoming staff and our substitutes to review. In addition, as I shared with you, we've launched those virtual orientations and all those platforms, but that was in collaboration with the technology department, and the technology department was also working with other departments. So it's been a collaborative effort in Wayne County to ensure that our staff are ready and onboarded in a virtual method. Some ongoing concerns, as I shared, I tipped 2 substitutes. Normally, at the beginning of the year, we normally have 458 subs that are ready and meet with me face-to-face over at School Street to have a refresher. We have seen an increase in our substitutes going into SmartFind, and they can do this from their home, and they can actually declare that they are not to be disturbed or not to be contacted. So they have turned off that notification that they are eligible to sub. So that's when we started to see the decrease in subs, when we actually called to them to come back and do the refresher. At this time, we have, according to my numbers today, we have about 159 subs from when I sent this in that have completed the substitute training and submitted all required documentation for the bloodborne pathogen training and the medication training. So that has increased, as I said, less than I had 128 at the time, but now it's 159. But normally, on a good year, we have 458 subs, and now we have 159. In addition to the training, as I shared, as Ms. Ishii stated, we know that there is a critical need in order for us to train our subs to take the place of the teacher. We're continuing to train our teachers on the Canvas and the Google Classroom platform. That training also needs to stem to the substitutes as well. So we are launching the week of September the 8th through September 16th, 8 sessions of training for our substitutes that have not begun at the time, because we're waiting on the same trainers to train our teachers to now come over to our substitutes. so that when our subs are ready to step into the role of any subbing mode, that they have access and knowledge of what Google Classroom is, or if they receive a Canvas video, they need to know what to do with that, review it, and also continue to teach. So we are behind in our training aspect with our substitutes, so that if they are to step into that role for a teacher for any medical concern or for a short time, that they have knowledge of the access of what the teaching and learning curriculum department is using. So we're still in development of that and working through that to launch on September the 8th. This is our first time also that we have created new Google email accounts for substitutes. Our subs have not been inside of the email platform for Wayne County Public Schools, and that's critical for us to be able to communicate with them, let them know that school is out, school is dismissing early. So we've been working with Mr. Yancey and Mr. Smith, the team in technology, to work with us on creating Gmail accounts so that our substitutes have access into some of those platforms. So we're working to enter that in one-on-one, and once the subs have those email accounts, then we will train them into Google and Canvas as well. We're also seeing an increase in some of our staff that are requesting telework options, and I know Dr. Merrill is sending that out to you as well. Some of our teachers and staff are coming to us with medical conditions, and they're requesting to work and not in the classroom. So we are working on those accommodations, and that also takes a one-on-one meeting with the employee and the principal to walk through what those new working conditions will be, how we're going to log that time at home, what that log looks like, in addition to how the teacher will continue to participate in professional development from a teaching and learning standpoint. If they're not going to be on campus, is there going to be a Zoom link, or will it be through WebEx, and how they're also going to successfully plan with their teachers. So we're working through those conditions as well with the number of teachers that have requests for telework, and Dr. Mel is sending that up to you for board approval. In addition to ongoing concerns, we are working with our institution of higher ed as well. We still have interests of student teachers that want to be teachers, and I'm very interested in continuing to support that. And we want for our teachers to come to Wayne County. However, we are looking at how can we do that successfully between an MOU and what that looks like for our interns coming into the classroom. They're at risk. Are they bringing the risk here because they do have to be on site, or are we looking at Zoom models, virtual models as well to work through that? So we're working with issues with field placement and placing a lot of our clinical interns who need to have access to the digital platform, which once again we will need to create those Gmail accounts and those email accounts with them that take time. So in addition to that, we're also having our ongoing hiring freeze where we're looking at positions that we are trying to replace in a budget restraint as well, and looking at the greater need of the classroom and how we can work through that with our principals according to how many students they have and what core classrooms we need to fill. So we have some successes. We've worked through a lot of issues, and we have placed a lot of good things in place. I'm very happy to work and collaborate with all of the departments. But in addition to that, when we're still moving towards opening school, we still need a lot of time to get our substitutes in place, get our interns in place, get Gmail accounts up and ready, and then continue health and safety concerns for our staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mason. Are there any questions?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Dr. Mason, just to make sure I've got all this, and if we need to push out more information, you said we had 159 subs currently in place.
Yes, ma'am.
I know someone had reached out to me wanting to be a sub, and at that point we were doing the refreshers on the substitutes that were already in place.
Yes.
Do we still have classes ongoing for those that are new wanting to come to the district, and how can people find that information?
Yes, we do. So on the Wayne Community College site, we actually have one person in an August course that was signed up at Wayne Community College. So Wayne Community will share with me for the effective teacher training course. If they don't have enough in that class, they'll close it.
Okay.
We did have an August, I think, 26 or 27 course ready to go. So they can go to our website and they actually will apply for that. Marisha Simmons is a contact here. If they want to call here, they can get with Ms. Simmons and she can walk them through that. We do have a class offered September 15th and September 23rd. So
And
we
those
do
are
have
new,
upcoming.
not refresher.
New, that's
Gotcha.
right. The
Okay.
refreshers, we're continuing with that as well. So if they need a refresher so that we can get the bloodborne pathogen training, the medication training, we can get that signed up as well if they are current subs and they need the refresher. New subs will need to get signed into effective teacher training through Wayne Community College, and then we'll get the rest taken care of.
What were those dates?
For the new subs,
Yes, new subs.
September 15th is a course for effective teacher training at Wayne Community College, and September 23rd.
Any other questions for Dr. Mason?
Yes, Dr. Mason,
Yes, sir.
at our last board meeting, you informed us that we had 44 teacher vacancies. How many
Yes, sir.
vacancies do we have currently then?
For teachers, today we have 29 teacher vacancies.
29 teacher vacancies.
Yes, sir.
And are the teacher assistants getting this Canvas training as well? Or
Are you all training TAs?
I mean, it's available to them. We're encouraging them to log on and do it, but they're not loading courses in the way teachers are. So they're learning it, but it's not as emergency for teacher assistants to get it.
it's more of an emergency for a substitute to get it than a teacher assistant?
Yep. Because they would be taking over for a whole class. I mean, but they're there. They've been encouraged to do it. I can't say for sure if there's a principal that's mandated all their TAs learn it, but they're not developing course materials and loading them into Canvas.
I can understand that, but with the teacher assistant being in that classroom or being with that teacher every day, it looks to me that we would put more priority on that teacher assistant getting that training than we would a substitute.
But it's
So
not given training. Everybody has access to those same 10 hours worth of modules to learn it. So I can't say, I'd have to call and ask the principals if they've mandated all the teacher assistants that you must learn Canvas. I would.
Well, the principal's probably gonna say, whatever you tell us to do, that's what we're gonna do.
Yeah,
But
well, I would imagine they're learning it, but the teacher's the driver of the course and what's going into Canvas and interacting with the students' work and pulling it down, and, that's not something that an assistant would typically be doing.
And Mr. Henderson, I want to clarify too, when we train the subs on Canvas, it is going to be an awareness of Canvas. What we have asked principals to do is to make sure that either a team, just like whenever a sub goes in, the lesson plans are already ready there for that sub. That will be the same process, and what I will be sharing during the refresher for the subs is that you will be aware of Canvas. There may be recorded lessons or pre-recorded lessons that the team may have already provided, and they're going to share it with you so you can view it and know that you can continue that lesson from that. So our subs will not be creating a video during that time.
The other thing to keep in mind for assistants, we don't hand out a dedicated device to every teacher assistant in the county. We don't have devices for all of our teacher assistants. They aren't, we just don't have them.
I just have a concern. I don't know about them having a device, and I don't know about them, what concerns would happen with them using someone else's, because it's probably going to be locked, so that would cause a problem. So if they don't have their own device, that would handicap them. But then what is the sub going to have?
I don't know, we don't give them a device either.
Yeah. Because somebody's gonna need, if anything is in that computer that they need for whatever's gonna take place during that day with a lesson plan or without a lesson plan, somebody's gonna have to have a device in order to do that. And I don't know if they would loan them one just for that time frame. The school might have some in there for their day-to-day. You're saying no, okay.
No, I'm saying I don't know
Oh.
what the plan, I don't know how that's handled with the subs in different buildings. You know, there may be a desktop available in a classroom that a sub can use and log in, or that an assistant can use. I
That's
just
what I
don't
was
know.
visualizing until you said they wouldn't have
Right.
a device, and I didn't know.
But I know we're not issuing
Yeah.
a Chromebook to every teacher assistant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Dr. Mason?
I have a question, and I don't know if it's more Mason or Miss Ishii. It's kind of a blend. Because we're getting into the training of the TAs, but the training of the TAs. And so I'm a TA at school B, and that school, my teacher is getting all the logins and the passwords and doing all the Canvas, and I'm sitting through the training with them. Do I have access to that information? So if maybe the teacher's out for the day, maybe they're sick, maybe something, and so that TA can step in, and that's gonna help eliminate the need of some of the substitutes? Are they allowed that full access?
I don't know if
Or is
teachers
that
are,
individual per school, per teacher?
yeah, I have no idea if teachers are sharing their login and access information with their TA or not.
Would they, but there's nothing up here that would be preventing that communication piece? There's no security?
I mean, I guess you'd have to,
Do you see where I'm asking?
you'd have to be given their Google email logins, the Power School access. I don't know how that would all work.
Depends on how Canvas is accessed.
Okay.
If Canvas is accessed through the North Carolina Ed Cloud, then that would require the teacher to share her personally identifiable information with the teacher assistant, and I would not recommend that.
No. But then, you see what I'm saying? If we've got a substitute coming in and they're getting a general overview of this is Canvas and I'm gonna teach this class today, how do they even access those resources? Or if they are blessed with a TA that is with those kids, how do they access those resources?
We've never had to be set up for TAs or substitutes to have that level of access of information about students. I
That throws a
don't
whole
have
other
an answer.
monkey wrench into the situation. Because,
There is no system in place for that.
Obviously, if we're face-to-face with everybody, I'm in school B as the TA, you're the teacher, we're working with the same students. But I understand what Dr. Lewis is saying, now I'm homesick, maybe I've been quarantined, maybe, I don't know, I had a baby. I have to give my information to somebody. Dr. Merrill, is there a way that we can see if somebody else has already attacked that problem and we can get that information pushed out?
We'll check into it. At
'cause
this point,
That's
no,
something that
I don't
hadn't
have
even
a
crossed
solution.
my mind till,
Just getting the emails set up for the substitutes, that was not an easy, that was challenging.
Right, and what we talked about when we met with Ms. Tart, when we were talking about doing the training, is actually looking at the teacher or that grade level working together to provide that sub and helping that sub with the information that needs to be taught. So it's almost like that grade level is going to still work with that sub to say, here's the lesson plan for today to work with the kids. So we're still working on how that process is going to be transferred, because we know TAs and subs are not inside of Canvas. They're not inside of these systems.
well, and I can see, because some of our teachers are doing like weekly uploads. These are all your assignments for the week, and this is what's expected each and every day. That will continue to work very well for those students that are at home. I guess my thought was the one that's standing in the room and how they're handling facilitate.
So messages came in from one school, I don't even know which school this is, but that their teachers in that school have been required to share access with one member of their team in the event of absence, stays sealed until it's needed, but only that person is the only other one that has
I'm
access
saying
for
that
them.
that's a creative way to
It's a creative way to solve
do
it.
that. Thank
Now,
you.
when you say their team, is that a team of teachers or is that?
Their teacher team.
Fourth
I'm
grade.
I'm-
Teacher team, yeah.
I'm interpreting it,
Fourth,
yeah.
fifth grade, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other questions for Dr. Mason? Thank you, Dr. Mason.
Thank you.
We're gonna take a 10-minute break. I couldn't get any volunteers while you, but we're gonna take a 10-minute.
And that was due to Mr. Henderson.
There are, I think there's some things in the back if anybody needs a drink.
There's a what in the back?
comes from Student Services, and I'd really like to commend all individuals that work in Student Services throughout our district. They've been doing a great deal of work with our students and with our staff to try to make sure that we're supporting our staff and our teachers, and that we're ready to support our students as well with a lot of ongoing work. To begin with, our nurses have really stepped up to the plate this year and have played a lead role in our school reopening processes. They have undergone intensive training themselves prior to the first workday for teachers, and then selected staff members at all of our schools have been trained by administration and our nurses to implement the staff and student screening procedures, ensuring that everyone who enters a Wayne County Public Schools facility answers the COVID-19 related health questions and has a temperature check. You see that's going on in our building as well. All of our schools have already begun to implement this, and I'd like to point out that our schools also have students in the buildings, in addition to our two early colleges, our cooperative innovative high schools, our self-contained students in our EC classrooms have already begun going back to school as well. So we have students in all of our schools that are attending daily, that are being served by teachers, and many of those teachers are also providing not only face-to-face and hybrid instruction for our students, but also virtual instruction, because often EC teachers have been asked to straddle that fence and provide both the face-to-face and the 100% virtual students if they're the only one at a school that offers that service. Our nursing contract for additional personnel to staff each school has been approved. You as a board have seen that. We have CARES funding for that. UNC Wayne Hospitals is working with us to recruit and train and get those nurses in our buildings. So we're looking forward to having even more nursing help as soon as they can get those people to us. We've talked about all of our protocols and procedures, including things like an isolation room should anyone begin to experience symptoms while they're at school. There are staff members, including the nurse, who are trained to monitor people in the isolation room and to follow all the protocols for those people being served. And skipping to the bottom of the document that I have, principals are following protocols whenever they're notified of a positive COVID test, whether it is an employee, a student, or whether they're notified by someone that they've just been a close contact of someone who has tested positive for COVID. And we have developed a very aligned procedure that we vet the message, we identify the close contacts, we ensure that all of those close contacts are personally notified that they were close contacts. That is almost always done by a nurse that's assigned to that school that's been trained in that procedure. And then we make sure that that building has been well sanitized with the ongoing cleaning. Almost in every case, the school is telling us that they've been doing ongoing sanitizing every day, but then in addition to that, we make sure, if it hasn't already, that the area is foamed. And then we're sending out messages to all of the employees who work at that building, as well as to the entire community. We do want all of our community members to be reassured that the messages that we are sending are just to let them know that should they hear rumors, that we are aware of situations and that they have been handled in full accordance with Department of Health and Human Services protocols and procedures. And I've personally reassured some people that if they have not been contacted, it's because they personally were not in close contact with those individuals, because all of those people are personally notified. Again, almost always by a school nurse, sometimes by a school principal, or a principal and a nurse working together. Before we move on to the ongoing concerns, I also want to point out that our staff is doing a lot of work in social emotional learning support, again, for our students and staff. Our school counselors are attending training sessions and are working with the to develop training for teachers, integrating Sanford Harmony curricula into core instruction. Many of our school counselors have created their own school counseling classrooms. They've utilized Bitmoji classrooms that many teachers are doing. They're doing things like opening up lessons with how do you feel today. They're integrating all of the social emotional aspects, including things like self-awareness and building relationships and organizational skills, and trying to make sure that those are integrated into the students' daily lessons. Our school counselors and school social workers have also done a lot of work on resource mapping for our community to make sure that at every school they have a school-specific list of all of the organizations that would be available whenever students have issues or concerns, so that they have at their fingertips the ability to point students towards resources that they might need for a whole plethora of concerns. We do have some ongoing remaining risk, like all of the other departments that have spoken before me. First of all, we have concerns about the nurses. Hiring 11 highly qualified and trained nurses doesn't happen just at the snap of fingers. Our hospital staff have been working on that for some time, and they're not waiting until they get the full complement of 11 nurses to put them into our schools. As they hire people and train people, they are adding those people to work in schools, and those people, according to our contract, do come to work in the schools when students return face-to-face. So they have not been assigned yet, as long as schools are still working remotely. And again, that was part of our contract. Those nurses also only work whenever students are on campus, which is the typical nursing contract. And our staff continue to have concerns about their own personal safety as they prepare to interact with students. That does make me very sad, but I understand it, because they are concerned about their own safety. They're concerned about making sure that they're implementing all the protocols. But we also have quite a few quite a few classrooms where we have students that have mask exemptions and are developmentally unable to social distance. So we're trying to work with teachers who work in classrooms where students are unable to follow the gold standard of protocol, which is to be wearing a mask and to be 6 feet away, and certainly not to be within that 6-foot radius for more than 15 cumulative minutes. But we understand that in some of our classrooms that just is impossible. And then finally, there is some additional funding that's coming down the pike. It's the GEAR funding that is state funding that the governor has made available to support the hiring of additional student services personnel. I think that's wonderful. However, we, to my knowledge, have not yet been told what Wayne County Public Schools' allotment of that funding is. An announcement was made that for the overall amount, and that it could be used for nurses, counselors, and social workers. And we could certainly use more counselors and social workers, especially school social workers. Right now we only have 14 social workers employed, and they are spread very thin, even though they work very, very hard. My concern is that by the time we get the funding, we all know that the hiring and onboarding process is not a quick one, and that if this money comes restricted like all the other money, that it is only available until December 30th, we might not have very long once we find people to utilize their services, and it might make it very difficult to recruit quality people for such a short time span. Questions?
Anyone have questions for Dr. Manning?
You had a question that you were going to ask her. Okay. My focus, because this is a concern of our staff members generally, is regarding the protocols. If a person goes to a principal, and let's just use this as an example that is inside on the campus, and a TA goes to a principal and says, I went home, I didn't feel well, I got tested, and I'm positive for COVID. What happens from that point there?
So as soon as the principal's been notified, they first contact their school nurse and then either HR or me. Most of the time, the first person that they contact after that is me. If the person is on campus for any length of time, they're immediately sent to the isolation room and the nurse is notified, but typically that person is sent home right away if they have transportation. The next thing that happens is that the nurse is going to interview that individual, usually by a follow-up phone call, to ask them specific questions about contact tracing. So they're going to want to know where that person has been in the school, and they're going to want to know when their symptom onset began. That is very important because CDC guidelines tell us that people can be contagious for 48 hours before they're symptomatic. Our practice is to operate on the generous side of that. So we have our nurses go back a week, which certainly takes into the window of time of the asymptomatic time, and ask those people who they have been in contact with, which the CDC definition of that is within 6 feet for 15 minutes. We are very intentional that when people are on our campuses, we ask them to always be cognizant that they're not closer than 6 feet of people for any length of time. But we know sometimes things like that do happen. So the nurses are trained in doing those interviews. Principals can ask those questions as well, but we ask our nurses to take the lead on that, again, because of their training. And they tend to be able to do it in a very clinical way so that they're asking questions to make sure. They'll usually tell me they'll ask questions in 2 or 3 different ways because they want to be sure they're being very thorough. Anyone then that we identify as a contact is personally notified.
By whom?
Either by the principal or by the school nurse. So those people who are personally notified are then told, you have been identified as a close contact by someone who has tested positive for COVID, and then those close contacts are directed, if they are our employees, we direct them to go home and self-isolate and to contact Bianca Pineda in our Human Resource Department. Ms. Pineda then is the person in our HR department that has information for teachers that helps them navigate providing a doctor's note, lets them navigate whether they are going to do the 14 days of quarantine. If they've had a positive test result, then they are directed by their doctor from the note to quarantine for 10 days from the date of the positive test. And then Ms. Pineda also works with them to determine if they are a good candidate for telework, because someone who's quarantined but is not sick might be able to continue to work and not utilize their 80 hours of COVID leave. So if it's determined in the HR department that they're a good candidate for telework, then their name is advanced to Dr. Merrill as a candidate for telework, and he shares that with you, the board members, in accordance with the policy. People who are allowed to telework are home quarantining, isolating, but are not having to utilize leave because they are continuing to work.
Okay, let's put it this way. All right. The person leaves the school building, goes to take a test, and is tested positive. And let's say if they go to the health department, what happens? Because they're outside of the school range. What happens then?
When someone has a positive test result, they are directed to notify their supervisor.
Okay.
So obviously we have to have faith that people are not going to hide that from us. However, these people are also directed to quarantine and to be eligible to either telework or to have their COVID leave, the FFCRA leave, that's the federal leave policy, they have to notify us. So they definitely have an incentive to be sure that we're aware of that. So in most cases, as soon as someone has a positive test result, their first phone call is typically to their principal, to their supervisor, and then the principal usually either calls me or HR next, and by the time I'm talking to them, their school nurse is usually there with them. If they get it at night or on the weekend, they still call me. I have 2 cell phones, a personal cell phone and a work cell phone. Almost all of our principals have both of those phone numbers. Even if they have a suspicion of a case, I hope that we have helped our principals to feel comfortable enough talking with us. I'll speak for myself in particular, to call me and talk through the situation. I do that a lot. Last night I had 2 principals call me about 9 o'clock because a staff member had notified them that they had a concern about a contact. No positive test result, just a concern about a contact. And so we talked through that entire scenario of what the contact was, when it was, how long ago it was, what they were doing next, which is staying out of work, getting a test result for that person, et cetera, what they needed to do next, who they needed to contact. So I have spoken to probably half of our principals at this point about questions, concerns, and helping them to work through the processes and protocols. And then I want you to know that we have been very, very faithful in utilizing these 2 documents. The Strong Schools Toolkit has really explicit information about what to do to make sure that your school is protected. And in the back of this document, it has return to work protocols for adults and for students. And I'm often referring to this document and saying, get this document. This is linked on our website under the tab of returning to school over on the bottom of the far right side, and it has all of the information that we follow, and it's updated pretty frequently. This was last updated July 24th. Then we have another document that we utilize a lot, and that's the reference guide for suspected, presumptive, or confirmed cases of COVID-19, and this document also is regularly updated and linked on our website. And this particular document at the beginning has a matrix for every case, whether someone was exposed, positive, symptomatic, asymptomatic, student, staff member, and then directs you to a page that gives you very specific guidelines on what to do on everything from cleaning, communication, notification, notifying the local health department, which we do in every case for every positive staff and student, et cetera. So we are confident that we are following all protocols, and I want you to know we do it quickly. We literally drop everything when we get one of these phone calls and immediately start handling the situation, so that the phone call that the community members get is our wanting them to know that we're on top of the situation, because we know that in schools there's lots of people and people hear rumors, and we want people to know if they get that phone call that the school is aware and the school has handled it and the guidelines have been followed, meaning the school's been sanitized, close contacts have been personally notified, and that and we also say in the messages to faculty, if you have questions, go see your principal, because often the principal is able to allay the fears of the staff. Quite honestly, we often tell our staff members or tell people that have concerns, there is COVID in America, and people are going to come in contact with it and get sick and usually recover. We're not taking it lightly. We're not saying we don't take it seriously, but what we're doing is we're doing our best to be transparent and notify everyone. Everybody's not doing that. Every business isn't doing that. Every organization isn't doing that. We have always believed that schools are held to a very high ethical standard, because people entrust their children to us. So we take that ethical standard very seriously, and our communication with them is not intended ever to frighten people, but to let them know that we're aware of it and that we are handling the situation in accordance with all the most recent guidelines. That answer your question?
Well, it partly answers my question, and it didn't come from the outside, but I just want to make sure that principals understand their role in that, and that if somebody comes to them, it could be a secretary that went to a classroom, found out later that she was tested positive. Whoever she gives that information to, that she spent more time with an individual or more than one individual, that those people are contacted, those individuals are contacted by someone representing the school or the school district. Unless maybe you have the health department involved. But still, it seems that it should come from us before we send out a general notice to the entire staff. That anyone in that building that was in close contact with that person, that they are notified. So I just wanted to make sure that we had checks and balances to ensure that the people that need to be contacted personally are contacted personally so that they can address the issue.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all.
We make every effort to do that. That is that initial interview done by the principal and the nurse. And I want to give a shout out again to our nurses. They are doing a really good job of this, and they're all trying to be consistent. Kim Kennedy, who is our lead school nurse, calls me frequently to make sure that we are on the same page, that we're all doing the same thing. She communicates with her nurses on exactly what the protocol should be. We're asking principals to lean on their nurses to help them with that protocol in addition to calling us. And Ms. Kennedy is working hard to be sure that every nurse is following exactly the same protocols with these interviews. And that does involve personal notification of anyone that was close to someone.
Any other questions for Dr. Mann?
I did not hear relative to a quarantining of a school. Is there any situation which would require that a school be quarantined?
That certainly could happen. However, the health department, and Dr. Weiss in particular at the health department, has had extensive conversations with both Dr. Harrell and Dr. Merrill talking about the protocols that we would follow for that. First of all, even a wing of a school is not considered necessary to quarantine unless you have a cluster, and a cluster is identified as 5 reasonably related cases of COVID, meaning that people caught COVID or were exposed to COVID and then ended up being testing positive for COVID in that area of the school. So when clusters are identified, either a wing of a school or even possibly a school could be closed. But for a spotted a case here and there, in particular, a case that we have no reason to believe originated from the school. The same as you all, I'm sure you all have talked to people who have been infected with COVID, and many people are going about their lives and come into contact with people that had COVID in other places and then just happen to be school employees and happen to work in the schools. So we are not, we have not had a cluster of cases that we believe reasonably, or the health department certainly, we haven't had anything that has risen to the level of a cluster at this point.
But recognizing that we really haven't had the kids
Absolutely,
back
sir.
in school would concern me a lot, particularly as I read the N&O and say that Dudley, North Carolina has one of the worst outbreaks in Wayne County. It really concerns me. So I wanted to know a little bit more about those methods.
You are correct, and anecdotally, I'm sure that we have adults and students who have been exposed to COVID or have had COVID in their own communities prior to the start of school. And you're also absolutely correct that with the exception of Wayne School of Engineering and Wayne Early Middle College High School and our EC students who have been coming to school now for about a week and a half, by and large, our students have not started returning to school in large numbers yet. You are correct.
Right, and with Edgewood, for example, we don't know exactly where those people are coming from. So it could be any part of the county.
Yes, sir.
That's correct, right?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Manning, in relation to a medical exemption for a mask, we have a lot of employees that are in and out of buildings all over the district. I mean, are they identified, if they have a medical exemption not to wear a mask or face covering, is there a way to identify that person with some kind of symbol or something on their school pass badge so that other people can understand the reason that they're not wearing masks inside their building?
Yes, sir. We've had conversations about that recently, and Dr. Mason and her team have developed a process for that.
Yeah, I'll speak to that. We actually we sent out an email was it yesterday? I think it was, to the staff about that if they do have concerns or have a mask exemption, to share that with us and to provide that information if they have a mask exemption or some type of medical exemption, to not wear a mask. And so we have a card that will be placed inside of their badge so that they can share that if they're going around from building to building, and share with other people if they have a mask exemption.
Some kind of easily identifiable.
Yes, sir.
So that's good.
Yes, sir.
But that's not easily identified if it's not on the badge. You said they have something they can wear behind it, so if they're questioned, they can show it.
They can show it, yes. Right. If they are asked about that, yes, then they'll have that card.
And who determines the exemption?
So some that we have seen have been written medical notes from the doctor. We've seen that, and we'll sit there and we will go through that. Some have shared asthmatic, different things that will cause that exemption. So we provide that to them.
Do they have to provide proof? For example, if they say, well, I'm an asthmatic, I can't wear a mask, do they have to say, the doctor has to give you something to verify or justify that?
We are asking that they do share that with us, and some have shared some things that have been in writing, or they have shared some pre-existing conditions, so we are sitting with them and talking with them about that. So some have shared some of those with us.
Mr. Lowe?
Dr. Manning, being the new guy here, for my own understanding, are we always fully staffed with school nurses every year?
We have 20 school nurse positions, and
Okay.
those positions are typically fully staffed every year.
Okay.
There's not a lot of turnover in our nurses. We did just hire one new school nurse. That person's been onboarded and is on staff. The state allotment has never been enough to put a nurse in every building.
That's what I was getting to. We have 20.
Yes.
That's our standard staffing.
Yes, sir.
But we wish we had 11 more.
Oh, we absolutely wish we
Okay,
had 11
understand.
more. Our nurses are fantastic people and work hard, and
Oh,
we're
absolutely.
also going to be very sad if we get these nurses and then come December 30th, we have to let them go. The CARES funding
Yeah.
expires December 30th, and I'm sure that schools are going to really regret having to go back to the shared status. They do a fantastic job. They, like our social workers, we have 20 nurses and 14 social workers. I would absolutely take 32 of each of those individuals. And when I was a high school principal and I had a phenomenal social worker, I'd like to have had 4 of her just at my one school.
And so the state hasn't, because of COVID, increased our level of staffing.
There was a House bill that proposed providing a nurse for every school and paying for that, which
Right.
was the critical part
That's
of
the
that.
critical part, yeah.
That bill never made crossover to the other side of the General Assembly. And the CARES money did allow for nurses to be one of the line items. So we did put nurses as one of the line items for our CARES funding. However, as you know, CARES funding must be
Ends
expended by
in
December
December.
30th. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Manning, when we talk about the number of nurses, do we include the nurses that are at schools that have wish centers?
No, ma'am, we do
Okay.
not. We have 6 of our schools that have school health clinics on site. But we have to think of those. Those people are awesome, and they're going to be very, very helpful to us. But we have to think of them as a clinic, as if you were taking your child to the doctor's office. You can just do that on site. So we're doing a big push to make sure that all of the students who are fortunate enough to attend school at a WISH center do fill out the enrollment form. Those were provided to parents at the induction meeting on our campuses with WISH centers. But if students don't enroll, then those students can't be seen. So that means that if a student were to become ill, the WISH Center can't have any role in that at all unless the student has enrolled in the WISH Center, because it would be like a doctor seeing a patient that's not enrolled in their practice.
Right.
Okay, I asked that question only because you said we have 20 nurses, and I wanted to make sure, hopefully, that they weren't counted in that, because then that would lessen it, because they are assigned to specific schools.
Correct. You are right.
Yeah.
The WISH Center is entirely separate.
And as it relates to the WISH Center and COVID, if a child is suspected of COVID or is feeling that, are they going to the WISH Center?
No, sir. Every school has, excuse me, every school has an identified isolation room. That's required by this document, the Strong Schools Guide. That has been identified, not even the nurse's office, because in our schools, often nurses are doing regular procedures. We have students that have to be tube fed or catheterized, or being given daily medication, or bumps and scrapes and falls on the playground. And so every school is mandated to have a separate place that is identified as an isolation room where anyone suspected of COVID is going to be directed to go. We would not send them to the WISH Center because that would expose anyone else who happened to be in the WISH Center for any other reason.
We're making sure that our staff really understand that.
We provided that in training to our principals at the 2 principals meetings that we did specifically on all of these reentry protocols. And then our nurses have gone into the schools and done training on the screening. Quite frankly, one of the first questions principal asked was, well, I guess the nurse will staff the isolation room. And the nurses were, no, that's not the way it's designed to be. The nurse is certainly going to be accessible to the isolation room, but if you take your nurse and have them sitting in the isolation room all day, they are not accessible to the other 400, 500, 600, 700, 800 kids on the campus for other things that they need. So the nurses have worked with the principals to come up with a safe way to cover anyone that would happen to be in the isolation room. That does involve the state-provided equipment of the gown, the surgical mask, the face shield, and gloves if you're interacting with someone that might be suspected of having COVID symptoms.
Well, now, who is responsible for staffing the isolation room if it's not?
So it depends on the school. The principal is responsible for working with their assigned school nurse to identify who would monitor that student. So whoever the monitor is, it could be, all schools have, for example, certified first responders that are trained in medical procedures. The overall idea is you don't want someone to be in that isolation room for very long. You want to isolate that person so that they're not exposing anyone else, and then get that person off your campus into medical care as soon as possible. So ideally, it would be just until a parent could come and pick that child up. We've talked through with principals, that's not always possible immediately. So we would never leave a student that's unwell unsupervised.
And immediately after the student leaves that isolation room, is it supposed to be sanitized and cleaned at that point?
Yes, sir, immediately.
Okay, that raises another issue for us.
Yes, sir. But that would be true of any place that is, if we have someone who is suspected of having COVID symptoms and they leave our campus, then those areas need to be closed off if possible, and no one else should be in that area until it's been thoroughly sanitized. Dr. Harrell's team has done a phenomenal job of that. He has been on call at literally a moment's notice at any time, and made sure that the Clorox foaming sanitizing machines and all of the other equipment have been delivered to schools that have any suspected, even if it was a couple days ago, we make sure that area and anywhere that person happened to have been is completely sanitized. So I can assure you that by the time you get that alert message, that has already happened.
And are we also assuring that our substitute teachers would know that protocol, not to send them to the wish center and send them to wherever they need to go, to the isolation room?
Yes, sir.
They are being instructed to do that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Could I, it sounded like there might have been a question here, if someone's in a school and they end up testing positive, but they don't notify anybody back at the school, what happens then? The default for anyone, I'm told from the health director, if there's a positive test of someone who lives in Wayne County, the health department is notified. The health department then traditionally would do the follow-up, they would do the call, they would do the contact tracing, do all of that. What's happening though, to the best of my knowledge, everyone that we're aware of has notified us, and we're jumping on it. There's about a 24-hour delay between a location getting a positive result and necessarily the health department being informed. We're eliminating that gap. As soon as we're hearing it, we're doing a lot of what the health department would do anyway. But as usual, the schools have gone ahead, we're doing it first and we're following through. So there is a fallback the health department does, but I just wanted to point out the difference. We're just going right away because in every case we're aware of, we've been notified, correctly so, and very appreciative that a person has let us know so that we can go ahead and do what the health department would have probably done 24 hours later. Now, if something happens on the weekend, and there's a social interaction, the health department learns about it, they're going to do that contact tracing. We're not going to start running stuff down necessarily on who was out where on the weekend and things like that. We're looking at our employees and our kids. So, just a distinction I wanted to make.
Thank you. Any other questions for Dr. Mann? Thank you, Dr. Mann. Mr. Dortch.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for your time this afternoon. Let me just pull up my slide for you all. When we talk about communications, I think it's important to express the distinction between what's happening out of the district office up here on Central Rural Avenue and what's happening in our schools. And I just like to compliment all of our teachers and staff that are doing daily communications. There is information going into our homes of our students and families on a daily basis because of the hard work of our teachers and staff that are working to keep students engaged, keep families informed, and in all of their efforts. My document will be coming up here shortly. Once I pull this up, there are a lot of things that's been happening since this past summer in keeping our families informed. We've done web communications, social media communications, press releases, various updates in order to help make sure people understand what reopening is going to look like. As you all know, we had to wait a very long time into the summer before we really knew what we were going to be doing from the state level. What is the governor going to allow schools to do? So there's been a lot of planning. We had to quickly communicate information about our draft plans as they were developed. And that took time to develop, and once we had a draft option up there, making sure that that information was communicated so families could look at them, as well as provide feedback. Up to that point, we had a lot of surveys, as far as information, but the actual opportunity to ask questions, express concerns, there's been a lot of communications, and I think what I have to compliment is the departments, because what's happening as far as the district push out through social media communications, internal communications, external communications, is a reflection of the work happening around this table with the other departments, because they're working to keep principals informed, keep staff informed, keep the community informed about plans that are being put in place, and as we work to modify plans, making sure that they understand what those plans mean. And so one thing I'm very proud of that we have not been able to traditionally do in the past, and I'll give a lot of credit to, I have a part-time digital communication specialist who assists with social media. She's also bilingual, so we've been able to start offering communications in Spanish. Dr. Yancey is phenomenal in translating documents in French, Haitian Creole, in addition to Spanish, which helps us overcome some of those language barriers. We understand that the biggest challenges we have with communications is one, making sure that we were using the right tools and channels to get information to our families, but two, making sure they understand what that information is. And so I think one of the biggest messages that I think it's important to share with you all, we stressed to principals this summer with principals meetings, is what's coming out of the school tends to be more what parents trust as far as good, clean information than what may be coming out with all the information and messaging coming out on their websites. And if you look at the protocols, there are 100 pages plus in our guidance that all the protocols that schools are required to follow in order to reopen. That's a lot of information and hard for average people who aren't even involved in the schools to understand, let alone, when you get into the school environments with all the information being shared, making sure that our folks understand what all of this information means. So there's been a heavy inundation of information going out to our schools, which is a lot of times why some things might get missed, because, we talked about time and prioritizing that time and making sure they're prioritizing the information that's coming to them and that they're able to communicate those messages, whether it's information about curbside pickup, whether it's about device distribution, making sure that parents know and are informed about what those pieces look like, and as they work to express the expectations. That was one of the biggest things. We got calls about inductions because some schools were seemingly on top of it more than others. And so a lot of that comes down to the communication tools. As I shared in some of the ongoing concerns, a lot of schools use Class Dojo, Remind, but it's not necessarily, and some have their own social media, but it's not necessarily uniform from school to school. So some schools are able to get out ahead of others, and then the other piece of that is making sure they have good contact information. What we tend to find one of the biggest challenges is with our power school is that a lot of times phone numbers aren't being updated in the system. The other piece side of that is if it's clerical, putting information in is a good, clean number that somebody's entered into the system. So you can't put that all on the parent. It's a parent and school partnership and making sure that good information in, good information out as far as contacts. So there's been a lot of communication, a lot of web pages developed specific to virtual schools, specific to plans reopening. On July 16th, we launched the 2020-2021 school reopening updates page. You tend to hear that communicate a lot in the call system messages that we've shared with you all. That's been a kind of a storehouse of information to share with families, but more than that, making sure that they're a support tool for our staff, for our front office receptionists. As they get questions, they can refer to those resources to share with families. That's another thing, is making sure we communicate to our families from the school level and making sure we're being responsive with our voice messages that are being left, making sure that the lines of communication are open. And I think with our schools, they're working really, really hard to make sure that families understand what's going on, but at the same time, example shared here, neighbors, grandparents, folks that aren't necessarily receiving those calls, receiving those updates, they may not know. And they're the ones that are watching the kids while mom and dad are at work. So certainly we want to make sure that we can support the schools with good information. And we've, looking at our school reopening updates, since we've launched, we've had over 70,000, page views, and 55,000 of those were not repeating sessions. So I think that shows that people are going there. There's still a lot of work ahead. One of the things that has been talked about is the alerts, making sure as more people come onto our campuses that we're keeping up with the pace of communicating information in a timely manner, making sure that as the protocols are put in place that we're getting that information out, making sure that we're making continued efforts with the language barriers piece. We've had a lot of documents and information translated, but we know there's still a lot more information that is going to be going out this year, and making sure we're providing those supports to our families. Working to encourage our schools to be more consistent in how they use Class Dojo, social media, Remind, making sure that they're using these channels that parents like, because unlike the call system or the website, if you use Class Dojo, that's an engagement tool. And a lot of elementary schools have really utilized Class Dojo to communicate from a school level in addition to what the teachers are doing on Class Dojo. But that's not necessarily something consistent from school to school. So those are things that we're working to improve. And also looking at the biggest ongoing concern is just making sure that we communicate information expectations about the Plan B reopening dates that have been set. We know that, beginning September 3rd, with Goldsboro High returning, and of course the traditional academic calendar schools, whatever those expectations are for those dates, that we communicate good information and helping families understand what to expect when students return.
Thank you, Mr. Dirksen. Any questions for Ken?
I would just like to say to Mr. Dirksen that I'm truly appreciative of all the communication that has gone out. I think many of the families are very knowledgeable now about what's happening within our system. I know I received a call earlier this week about, what are the processes when someone is tested positive, what do we do? And you came out with the FAQ shortly thereafter, and that was real timely for me. So I want to say thank you for that.
Well, and what we find is that just as you all may get phone calls, we get phone calls up here, and the schools get phone calls. And that's where the FAQ really came out, is once we started doing alerts, the biggest question we heard was, well, I was at that school, was I exposed? And that's an honest question. It's a fair question to be asked. And so I think that's where we want to make sure, as our families are asking these questions, that we're making sure they get good answers. And the biggest thing as we continue moving forward, are we communicating the information the best way possible? And if not, how can we continue to improve those channels? Whether it's putting together videos, whether it's continued efforts to push out information, increasing our use of our app to make sure as parents receive the alerts that they're also receiving additional information as well. So I think there's a lot of opportunities ahead, but I think it's going to just continue that concerted effort and collaboration to support our families with these communications.
Any other questions? Okay, first off, I'd like to say thank you, Dr. Merrill, Dr. Lewis, Dr. Manning, Ms. Ishii, Mr. Dirksen, Dr. Harold, Dr. Mason, for your updates and the information that you've shared with us. Is there anybody else that has any questions at all before we move forward? Okay, we have not approved the agenda yet, so at this point in time, if there's anyone who would like to make a motion to revisit, once you've heard this information and updates, the decision that we made as far as our reopening of Wayne County Public Schools under Plan B on September the 8th. Now's the time for us to add it to the agenda, and then we'll approve it accordingly.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to recommend that we put on the agenda for item 3C, review of the school opening plan as presented at the last board meeting.
A second.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Ms. Burton, we have a motion and a second. Is any discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. All opposed? Okay, did you get that? What was 6-1?
I think it was 5-2.
5-2.
2. I couldn't see it.
5-2.
Okay. Who was in opposition of it?
These two.
Okay, all right. Okay, so now, I'd like to have a motion from the floor to approve the agenda as amended with item 3 being added to review our school opening plans.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the agenda with the amended action added.
A second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, raise your right hand. All opposed? Okay, Dr. Lewis.
Good afternoon. After meeting with the Finance Committee last week, Thursday of last week, we decided to go ahead and bring you the items from the Finance Committee that have been discussed, the contracts and purchases that have been discussed, because we're still about 3 weeks away from our regularly scheduled September meeting, and we wanted to go ahead and advance these on. So I bring to you 13 items for your approval that are contracts and purchase orders, as well as a list of previously approved expenditures that were either already agreed upon contracts, deemed to be emergency, or deemed to be time sensitive. And the bulk of those on that list were also reviewed by the Finance Committee before they were placed on that list to move forward. If there's any discussion of any of these items or information that you need before you vote to approve or not approve, please let us know. The leadership team members stand ready to answer any questions you have about these.
Question. Mr., I guess mine will go to Mr. Harold. It speaks of gym floor refinishing at multiple schools. Could you tell us what schools you're looking at for that sports refinishing?
So that's all of the summer work that's done to refinish, just to do the screen and recoats to prepare the floors for the next year's competition date. So that is all gyms in the county, except those gyms where the floors have been completely sanded, which would exclude Dillard, Brogdon Middle School, Norlane Middle School, and soon-to-be Carver Heights. So that work has already been done as scheduled because we have a 3-year contract with Sports Flooring Group when they bid it out. So we're in year 2.
Okay. How about with Southern Wayne, with them getting the new gym, that old gym would not be considered a floor refinish?
Yeah, it has been. It has been. All floors are screened and recut. Sometimes we even do stages that are wood as well before the children participate there.
So Southern Wayne would be included in that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The old gym.
The old gym, right. Mm-hmm.
Any other questions for Dr. Lewis?
Mr. Chair, could I ask Dr. Lewis a quick question for clarification? So Dr. Lewis, today you're asking for the board to act on items 1 through 13?
Yes.
And not on items 1 through 8, which have previously been approved?
Items 1 through 8 are for informational purposes, and basically these are purchases that have been deemed emergency or time sensitive, or I'll use number 8 as an example. PRC 132 is CARES Act funding intended for compensatory services for exceptional children. We went ahead and advanced that because the compensatory services needed to get up and running quickly. The longer we waited to start those, the more compensatory services we would owe those children.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve purchase orders 1 through 13 as presented today.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any other discussion for Dr. Lewis? I do have one question for
Sure.
you. Item number 8. Is that particular bus that important and vital to, is that a bus that, and the reason I ask is because we have a lot of buses that I don't know, I say we do, I'm just speaking from my observation of being
Right.
by the bus garage, but is that bus, is that vital to us?
Right, so we have 8 buses that are currently in a park status because they need engine replacement. And we have a decision to make on those buses. If we replace the engine, which is what the purchase order here is for, then we can put the bus back on the road, and then we can get a complete replacement from the state, which is the equivalent of $90,000. If we do not replace the engine, then we have to submit the bus and turn it in to the state, which means we lose that allotment for that bus that the state owes us. The state does currently owe us buses because we have taken about 20 to 25 buses off the road the last couple of years. So the decision is, do we replace the engine at this cost, so when we can put the bus back on the road and turn it in and get a brand new bus once we have used its life, or do we turn it in and give up the credit?
So we're going to use $24,000 of our state funds And then we're gonna get in return.
We'll get a new
brand-
$90,000 bus.
That's what-
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I do have another question relative to number 9, and I asked Ms. Ishii to speak to the cafeteria furniture at Brogdon Middle School. Ms. Artis.
Hi, yes, good afternoon. As a part of the Culture and Climate Initiative at Robin through their SIG grant, they are using those to improve, so that parents can come in and seat more comfortably for meal events, for professional development, and all of that is allowable under SIG and has been approved by DPI.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Artis, is that the same, I mean, is that what Dillard Middle School has as well as an improvement grant over there?
Yes, but it is not SIG, it's the Innovative Partnership Grant, and Dillard also has the CSI funding, so they have those two pots of money that they are also going to do things with climate and culture with school beautification. And you probably have seen some of the posts and announcements of some of the things that have started at Dillard.
Yeah.
Carver Heights also did that same thing with their CSI grant money and with their SIG money. And North Drive has also qualified for that money as well, and they're going to do something as similar.
Thank you. I just had noticed in going by, passing Dillard, I mean,
Yes.
it's made some nice improvements to the
And
outside.
it's important to note that only CSI money or SIG money can do this type of work federally. Otherwise, it has to be instructional. So federal money, PRC 050, could not be used. So the other schools that get Title I money cannot do this type of project. This is to help support the self-esteem and the culture and climate of some of our neediest children.
And that's school specific, I guess it's a different amount at each project or a
Yes.
different amount at Dillard, whatever.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, any other questions for Dr. Lewis? All in favor of the motion, raise your right hand. All opposed?
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Let me see. Okay, we are now at item 3C, is the review of our school reopening plan. Floor for discussion. And I guess based on where we were at our last meeting, where we voted to reopen under Plan B on September the 8th, I'll go ahead and start it. I know this is a topic that a lot of people probably, there's no right answer here, and there's nothing here that's going to satisfy everybody in Wayne County Public Schools, teachers, students, parents, but based on what we've heard today, I'm not exactly sure where we're going to go with this, if anywhere, but every kid needs to be back face to face. I think that's I think everybody understands that and everybody agrees on that. K through 8 grades, I would like to, maybe for the board to discuss the possibility of maybe moving K through 8, keeping them on this track to go back September the 8th, possibly maybe moving 9 through 12 high school grades, maybe giving them 3 more weeks based on, the way I look at it is, you've heard the enormous amount of work that we're putting on high school teachers. Do we want them to be 100% at what they're trying to do virtually, online learning and face-to-face? I mean, we're asking these people to do an extraordinary amount of extra work, which I think some of them are putting in 3, 4, 5, 6, probably more hours a day trying to adapt to this. So would it be more advantageous for us to let them have a little more time to streamline what they're doing so that they don't, I mean, some of these people are putting in 12, 13, 14 hours a day trying to get this stuff done. Once they leave school, they go home and then they're, Mr. Falk, you've got kids in high school. You take every virtual learning student or online learning student who has questions about something that they may, I mean, their only recourse is to email the teacher, is that correct? And I've had some teachers say that, they're getting 75, 100, 150 emails that they're having to answer, and I mean, decipher through that. Some kids may have and rightfully so, 10 emails sent to a teacher about questions they may have about an assignment or how to navigate through the process of Canvas or whatever. So I don't know what your experience has been with your kids at home, but I mean, if you want to share that with us, that's entirely up to you. But I just think we need to look at maybe giving these high school teachers some relief in that, we're just putting an extraordinary amount of work on these people, so.
Well, like I said, there is no right answer because everybody's different. My four are different. Within the four, they're different. Some of them have an easier time and some of them don't. They've had I guess some heartache learning Canvas themselves and having to kind of do it on their own and asking questions by email. But for the most part, I think they're doing pretty good. I do think the K-8 needs to have face-to-face. If there was any, I guess, compromise, it would be high school. I've talked with every high school principal except for the two that have already started back, and they pretty much have all the same responses that they need some more time. They'd love to have the 6 weeks. Some of them are worried about the sanitation issues. Reading my notes. A few more weeks would go miles for staff morale and preparedness. The students and the teachers still acclimating to Canvas, but they're ready to go if they have to on 9/8. One principal, for you sports fans, said that we can practice and practice and practice, but until you get out on the field, you really don't know how the game's going to go until you get out and put yourself in there. And I tend to kind of look at that at the schools too, and we don't know how it's going to go. We can wait 10 more weeks, and we still won't know how it goes until we get our kids in the classroom and figure out what's going to happen. But as far as my kids, they're doing pretty good, but they're having the same issues that I'm sure every other ones are. Fortunately, they've got internet. I worry about the kids that don't have internet. I think if we were to give high schoolers some more time, give the high schools more time, we need to make sure that teachers are given the time to communicate with the kids, that whether it's special appointments for face-to-face for kids that really need extra time. There are kids out there that just can't grasp the online emails and really want to see that teacher and let that teacher give them some face-to-face time. So maybe some special appointments. I know one of the high schools is doing that. They're letting the kids right now, they're letting them set an appointment to come and see their teacher with social distancing and the temperature checks and being able to go in and meet with their teacher and giving that student some one-on-one time. It'd be nice if all the high schools are doing that, and they may be, I don't know.
Mr. West?
Yes.
I have a concern to make that split because we're making it seem that the elementary and middle school teachers are not learning a new curriculum and not learning a new management program, which is Google's, and many of them last year was on Dojo, I believe, and they are having struggles as well as the high school teachers. I know we have focused on that more today in our examples, but they are, based on the elementary principals I talked to, they have the same concerns along with being prepared, knowing, understanding, and having the skills on Google's, the lack of devices, and on top of that, the safety issue. So I don't think that we need to move by levels. I think that we need to make a decision of when we're going to open school for all students and move forward.
And I certainly respect your opinion, and I'm not trying to be contrary to what you said, but I've spoke with elementary principals as well, and my take from elementary and some middle school principals are, we don't know what we don't know. Until we're at the end of the diving board, until we jump off in the water, we're not going to know how to fix any issue, problem, whatever that may arise from this. But the face-to-face for K through 8, it's important for every student, but it's really important for kindergarten, elementary age kids, and every student. But it's, high school kids may be able to adapt a little better to online learning with the maturity aspect there involved. That's just my opinion. Ms. Strickland, I'll recognize you. You also have high school students, so.
I do. I had a really quick question, though, for Ms. Ishii to add into this conversation. With the point that we're seeing is there's difficulty at the high schools and the middles and everybody learning all the new curriculum. Do you see a large difference with what the high school teachers are having to do with learning the new platform and putting things into, you know, Canvas compared to, say, the middle school? Or you're seeing about the same? I'm talking about not comments, actual work.
You know, my sense is Canvas is tougher to learn, and high school people had been using Google previously, and now they're learning Canvas. Not all of the elementaries that had ever used Google, so now they're also learning Google. As far as curriculum, there are high school teachers teaching now courses that they haven't taught before, so they're having to develop curriculum and new courses. At K through 8, however, they all have the new HMH, which is the reading full-blown curriculum that they're working with learning program. They have math curriculum and learning resources and programs. You know, we are doing systemic electronic resources in core content areas that are brand new K to 8 that the high school people aren't having to train in. So
they both kind of have.
They all have a heavy
have their
lift
individual
in different ways.
Okay,
Yep.
so I'm usually very vocal about the children that share my last name, but a lot of times I use them as an example because I can't share my neighbors and community members' names because I'm trying to protect their privacy, so it just becomes easier to say my kids. I'm watching what they're going through, and there is no doubt that all of their teachers are giving them everything they've got in both schools. So, and I know it's hard, I really do, but I watched my oldest one today. He was having chest pains and numbness and pain in his arm. And so we had to figure out, was it his heart, because he has a heart condition, or was it stress, was it anxiety, what was it? It ended up being he's like this for 6 and 7 hours a day, trying to get through his work. Because he's one of those kids with an IEP. He can't do just the 30 or 40 minutes of the synchronous learning. He has to spend that extra time getting that work done. And so I see those difficulties, and then, you know, I hear what the parents are sending me and their concerns, and I agree with Mr. West on the K-8 put a very heavy burden on me because it's their learning styles, it's they need to be in the classrooms, there's a different need. That doesn't negate how hard their teachers are working. I'm just looking at the student. I can only imagine how hard it is for a child that is, you know, his family's only Spanish speaking, and you've handed a kindergarten a Chromebook, but he doesn't have internet access. And so how is he gonna learn in that environment? And so in this situation with this conversation, I'm not even looking at what's sitting in my house. I'm looking at what's happening around the county. And I am very concerned for all of them, K through 12, the lack of devices, the lack of internet, the students with IEPs and 504s. If we delay opening face-to-face for any of the students, how does that look to those children that are most vulnerable for falling behind? It puts a heavy burden on me, despite the fact that people are telling me that I'm not looking at everything. I'm looking at things politically. Not looking at things politically. I'm looking at things from the viewpoint of our students. We're mandated by law to educate our students, and I'm looking at things for their health. And health doesn't just mean COVID. Health means anxiety. It means mental health. It means their nutritional health. It means their physical health. It is fully encompassing. I don't feel like I can gather a coherent sentence at this point because this is so heavy across the board. I will share, though, and then I'll be quiet, that I have spoken with some board members from both Union County and Pitt County. And Union County and Pitt County are not Wayne County. I get it. But Union and Pitt both opened under Plan B August 17th. And Union County, I was told their biggest problem right now that they're having is not their teachers, it's their staff and custodians not following social distancing. And if their staff will follow the social distancing rules, they can keep their buildings open. They have 33,000 students on campus for a total of 41,000 if you count the ones that are in virtual, and they're making it work. And in Pitt County, they have a total of 24,000 students, and they're not having any trouble with 13,000 of theirs approximately face-to-face. This stinks. It's back to what Mr. Falk said. It's kind of like the sports analysis. You don't really know what's going to happen till you get on that field. I'm seeing how well it is working at the private schools. I'm seeing how well it's working at School of Engineering. I'm seeing how well it's working in these monster-sized districts, and I'm just asking that we give it a chance to work. And if it doesn't, then we pull back and regroup. But based on the information shared, that is a lack of internet, lack of devices, and the other things that were presented, I say we move forward with Plan B.
I really don't think that you can use private schools. I've talked to some in our district in Wayne County, and they are socially distancing. They found it easier than we find it, maybe because they have less students, so they have smaller numbers to deal with, but they are doing the mask and the distancing and cleaning your hands. And for Wayne School of Engineering and Winches, I think they are off to a good start. They still have teachers that are working on building their confidence and their skills with Canvas. I know that Wayne School of Engineering has had a true, strong focus on technology for the last 4 years. Their staff has not changed that much, so they were able to ease in on that. But they only have maybe 100 kids on campus a day. The rest of their students are on at Wayne Community College, or they're on virtual. So when you look at the traditional schools and what the teachers are being asked to do, I just think that if we give them the time, and I'm saying really in my feelings to the end of the first grading period, that makes everything consistent that they are doing online. They grade those students, and then we bring them in to move forward with face-to-face. I think that in any situation, if a parent of a second grader, 8th grader, 10th grader feels that a student has a need to see a teacher, you can make appointments because your building is not overflowing. I know that you practice your sport until it's time to play that first game. And if that first game is getting canceled, you continue to practice that sport until you go out and play your first game. And I just think it would be easier, since the students are not in school, rather than to bring them back, and then because of some happenings, we come back to revisit, or we put them out or do whatever. I just think that if we could give the teachers and the students, and I know parents have concern about childcare. I know that we have some partnerships, and Wayne County in one of the reports is working with those partners to help them out. I think it was Child Nutrition. Who was that? Dr. Harrell? Yeah. Okay. Child Nutrition. I just feel that the time we will show support to our staff, and we will help our students, and hopefully we will be better situated. Because just in the example that I dealt with yesterday, I think when parents hear more will occur, because they got children that may have a device, but because their children are younger, they didn't think they could use that device to connect with their teacher. And I think we focus on the areas where it says we need time to get things done, and we have it done when they're ready to come in.
Mr. Carey? You know, if since we're talking sports, every coach wishes they had more time to get their team ready. But they also know when the first game has been scheduled, and whether they are fully prepared in their own mind or not for that first game, they're gonna go on the field anyway, and they're gonna learn as they go. Our teachers have been given, and our staffs, have been given a Herculean task by the state. And I think they've done a marvelous job. This decision has 3 separate entities in it. There are the teachers and the staff, there are the parents, and there are the children. Everything I've gotten from emails, memos, phone calls from parents has been overwhelmingly in favor of keeping things the way we've already voted. Overwhelmingly. On the other hand, I've gotten some very vitriolic messages from people, and honestly, to me, it's not helping their case, because the other emails that I get outnumber them 5 to 1. I've gotten emails from students, and we're talking not just K to 8. The student emails I've gotten have all been high school students begging for us to basically let them get back to school because the virtual learning isn't doing the ones that want to get ahead and are thinking of testing for college and planning their future, that they say, I'm not getting anything out of the virtual learning that I need to further myself as far as advanced courses and things like that. They just said, I can do what needs to be done in 40 minutes. Okay, that's not school. So the parents have spoken. I mean, 6,000 students are in virtual. Okay, that means we've got 12,000 not in virtual. Okay, the parents made that decision. To me, that means 67% of our parents wish their kids were back in school. Okay, that's one of the 3 things. Everything else I've got from parents of kindergartners, 1st graders, 4th graders, 5th graders, every one of them is, and you got to remember, we got a lot of single parents, and they don't know how they're going to do it because somebody's saying, well, if I put them in this program, it's going to cost me an extra $125 a week that I don't have for childcare for my child. We can't not take that into consideration. The kids need to be in school. The majority of the parents have spoken that they want their kids in school. And just like the coach that wishes he could have his team better prepared, he's still got to step out on the field at the appointed time. And that's just my opinion, and I don't think that we should be splitting things up. I think we should keep it standard for everyone and move forward with how we've already voted.
Mr. Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would first like to say that what we're looking at needs to be looked at from a factual basis. Factually, COVID is present in Wayne County. Factually, our administration has told us they are not ready, whether it comes down to sanitation, whether it comes down to the number of teachers that we're needing, whether it comes down to the differences in many of the school systems. The fact remains, we are not ready. Our principals and our teachers are telling us they are not ready. And yes, I'm one to say that I believe that every child needs to be back in school. I have no problem with that. I believe that as well. But safety and security is more important than trying to put a child back in school at this time. Because I would see that right after Labor Day, we're going to see a bump. And it's not going to be a good bump as it relates to this COVID. And I would hate for us to say, let's go on and open up, send these kids back to school, see these increased numbers, then we begin to see these increased cases coming in our school system. And who would be to blame for it? We would, because we made the decision to send those kids back to school. I am very adamant that I believe, particularly in the southern end of this county, we just read from the NNO, 28333 has the largest number of cases in Wayne County. Do you know where 28333 is? That's Dudley. That's where I live. And I do not believe that my constituents would say, let's send these kids on back to school where there's a heavy increase of COVID in this particular area. It's not right. And I will stand firm to say that I don't believe that whether you're talking about K through 8 or A through 12, that there should be a distinction, because they're going to come out of the same area, they're doing the same thing. I believe, personally, that we need to give that first 9 weeks completely, so that at that point, we can actually thoroughly evaluate what's going on from 6 weeks to 6 weeks. Was it of major detriment? And if it was, then what does that tell us? There are other things that we got to do to try to get these kids back up to snuff. But putting them back into school this early, this time, is not the answer, and I would not support it.
And Mr. Henderson, the counties around us are not supporting it. The counties around us are going at least to the first 9 weeks, or some are going as late as the end of October to have students come back onto the campus. And I agree with you. I know that everybody in here wants kids back in school. It might not be the normal way that they are back in school, but we want them back in school. But I think because of the way the calendar is falling, I think to go past Labor Day and have at least 2 to 3 weeks, which to me says go to the end of the 9-week grading period. That makes it consistent for any teacher in the grading process, because they've been working with these students under one form of instruction. And then bring them in, because we will have hopefully different positive data, different positive data that would say that we're on the downswing and that it might be safer. But coming in after a major holiday, we usually have an upsurge. And that's just a concern for me. We already have situations where they're coming from the outside, whether they work in Wayne County on the school sites. We are having issues right now. So, and that is impacting the people that were in the classroom, that maybe had some concerns, but they were willing to go with the flow. But now they had to make a decision because of what is happening. So that's why I encourage us as a board to take a stance, which might not be popular with everybody, and give these students, but more than anything, to listen to the staff, the people that we pay to bring this information to us every day, and listen to the principals. And they have not been negative at all. They have all been positive. And they all want to work and try to do what they have been asked to do. But they do recognize the concerns and issues of their staff. And they know without their staff, there can be no instruction. And they're saying we need more time. More time would be beneficial to the teachers and the staff on that campus, and to receive all of the items, equipment, supplies that we need to move forward. So I'd like to make a motion. Is that possible at this time, sir?
Certainly, the floor is open.
I'd like to make a motion that we have our students remain off campus, and we follow Plan C through the end of the first grading period.
Which is what date?
I think it's October. Somebody help me, Mr. Lewis.
On the traditional calendar, the first grading period ends.
October 5th, I believe.
is October the 16th. It would be a little earlier than that for the non-traditional calendar schools.
Okay. Well, I'm not saying to remove anyone that is in school at this time, like our STEM, Wayne School of Engineering, Wayne Early Middle College, and our special group of students that we have on campus. Definitely those students with IEPs and that can be on campus. I'm just talking about, I guess, the other schools. I don't know how Goldsboro High School fits into that in terms of their.
They're just a few days ahead, so just as they're.
I would include them then in our traditional schools. Do I
Ms.
have a
Cornetta, do
second?
you have a motion?
Ms. Burden, do you mind restating your motion?
I move that we remain on Plan C for the schools that are presently following Plan C and open up after the end of the first 9 weeks, that we remain on Plan C through the end of the first 9 weeks.
And I did second that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All in favor of the motion on the floor, raise your right hand. All opposed? Okay. Do we have any other motions that anybody would like to put on the floor? Because personally, myself, I just think we need to, I think the K through 8 going back on September the 8th and the high schools giving them 3 more weeks and then evaluating. I mean, bottom line is, if we put this off until this is gone, we'll never go back to school. Never, because the virus is here. It's not going away. It's another strand. I'm not a medical doctor, but it's a strand of the flu. When they develop a vaccine for it, it's not mandatory by law that you take the vaccine. So this virus is going to be here. If we put it schools off until 2025, we're going to have to deal with the inevitable whenever we deal with it. It's not going away. So, you know, if they can have all the vaccines they want, but unless they make it mandatory that everybody takes it, the virus is here to stay. So, you know, I've heard, I as well have put forth an effort to talk to teachers, principals, the superintendent, the leadership team, and I know everybody's tired of hearing there is no good answer, but there is no good answer, and there is no magical solution to solve every problem because it's all different. But we can ill afford, in my opinion, for kindergartners, first, second, third graders to have no face-to-face interaction with a teacher through the end of the semester. I mean, and
I didn't say semester.
well, to the end of the 9 weeks. You know, I fully respect Mr. Burden's opinion, and that's why we've got 7 board members. We've got 7 different opinions, viewpoints, or whatever. But I just think I would like for the high school kids to be back as well. I think that they're a little more, they got more maturity. They're in a much advanced state in their maturity level. And I think they can deal with, although it's not ideal, because best case scenario, if high schoolers, if we were to give them 3 more weeks, we're only giving them 4 days in the classroom. That's 4 days out of the 15 that they're going to be in school.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion.
Do what?
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion that we open our schools in Plan B as previously approved by this board.
Okay.
I second.
Have a motion and a second on the floor. Any discussion?
I wanted to share something that, you know, just to tag off of what Ms. Burden has said. I've spoken with a couple of folks, a couple of teachers, a couple of principals, and I see the argument for the 3 weeks for the high school. I do. And actually, I'm the one that said, hey, to one of them, do you think this would help you? And they were like instantly, yes, that would be wonderful. But the more I play it through my head, I keep coming back to not all students with IEPs are going to be on campus. If we delay school by the 3 weeks for the high schoolers, it's only this very specific group of EC students. And I just see that doing so much damage to those children, and it just breaks my heart. My oldest he is asked to be on campus 4 days a week, every week, as soon as we open the building, because he knows that he cannot continue to do virtual and be successful. And you are absolutely correct, Mr. West, on the maturity level, and that was why I was willing to listen to that argument for that 3 weeks. Our high schoolers are much more mature. A lot of them can handle being at home, but what keeps me on the everyone returning to the building, what just keeps playing in my head is the lack of devices, the lack of internet, the lack of the food security, the increased numbers in pregnancy that we're seeing across the county, the increased number of STDs that we're seeing across the county. And y'all throw barbs at me all you want. I don't mean this room. I mean the people that are going to be watching and throwing it up on Facebook. It's fine. I know parents are responsible for what their children do. I get it. But I also know that when these children are left alone for 6, 7, 8 hours a day, they may make choices that they wouldn't normally make if they were inside of the building and they were busy with sports and they were busy with their education. These kids can't even get jobs a lot of times because so many businesses have shut down. 4 days is not enough. I would love to see our high school in the same rotation as our K-8 with 2 in, 2 out. That's not the situation we're currently in. That would be my preference though, but yes, I agree on the maturity level, but when you add in all the other factors across the county, that is why I seconded Mr. Latham's motion.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
as you talk about the maturity level of high school students, let me remind you that college students are just as mature as those college students are, as those high school students are. And what have we seen with these colleges? UNC has had to shut down. North Carolina State has had to shut down. All of these because they are not being responsible. So somebody has to be responsible.
And Mr. Henderson, you're exactly right. You have 18 to 20-year-olds on campus without parental supervision. I'm talking about 14-year-old to 18-year-olds. They're still needing supervision, and that's what my vote is trying to provide. I'm trying to help those kids.
Any other discussion on the motion and second on the floor?
You will not amend your motion to allow the high schoolers to stay and see?
If the high schoolers stay in C for 3 weeks, that means they're gonna get 4 days in class, and the next 2+ weeks, they're gonna be out of class anyway.
Yeah.
So.
I would say we're actually losing 4 days in 3 weeks.
I'm gonna leave my motion as.
Gotcha.
Okay. Any other discussion?
How are the community colleges doing with all this? They've been in session now. Are there any outbreaks at the community college that we're seeing?
No, and our students are in those buildings already. So even though we're not allowing them on our campuses, except for at 2 schools, they are on Wayne Community College's campus.
Well, one of our schools did have an incident on Wayne Community College campus.
Okay, any other discussion? All in favor of the motion and second on the floor, raise your right hand. All opposed? So, Ms. Cornetto, where does that leave us?
We do a status quo, Chairman, which is the motion that you voted on August 5th.
I'm sorry.
Unless another motion is made, you're currently going to keep what you voted on as a board August 5th, which was Plan C for the first 3 weeks of school, and then effective September 8th, all schools operate under Plan B.
Well, I'm gonna put a motion.
And that's pretty much what that last.
I'm gonna put a motion on the floor to allow our K through 8 to return under Plan B on September the 8th, and our high school kids to give their students and the staff 3 more weeks beyond the 8th to prepare for the return of the high school students.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Is any discussion on that motion? All in favor of the motion and second on the floor, raise your right hand. All opposed? Did you tally all of that, Mrs.
I
Cornetto?
did, and I'm happy to revisit it
If you can, would you please repeat the three motions and who voted for and who voted against?
All right.
Because
so-
sometimes we have a hard time with the public seeing a show of hands or whatever, so.
So the current one that you just voted on was K-8 under Plan B, effective September 8th. And that the high school would get 3 more weeks under Plan C. That failed 3 to 4. Okay. One prior to that was.
Can you identify who voted? Because the,
I haven't written it down, but I can, for the 3 that were in favor of this last motion, it was you and Mr. Falk, and who was the third, yes?
Mr. Demaco.
Mr. Demaco. And the remaining were you?
And the
No.
other 4 in opposition.
Yes.
Okay.
So the one prior to that was, maintaining what you voted on August 5th, and that failed.
How did that fail?
It failed because it was 3 yeses and 4 noes.
And those 3 yeses were,
Raise your hands, who were they?
they were Mr. Latham, Ms. Strickland, and Mr. Demaco, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Strickland, did you vote for that?
To go ahead and
Uh-huh.
return on September 8th, yes, ma'am.
And who else voted for it?
Mr.
Myself,
Latham
Dr.
and
DeMarco.
Dr. Demaco.
Okay, and the rest of us voted against.
And then Mr. Cornetto, the first motion was,
The first one was Ms. Burden's motion to remain on Plan C for the first grading period, and that failed 2 yeses to 5 noes. The yeses were Mr. Henderson and Ms. Burden.
okay, the other 5 in opposition. So we're where? Back to where we started?
You're at status quo.
Back to the original motion. Back to the original.
Second motion did away with that.
But really, we're not at the original motion
No.
because that motion failed.
Right, you're at August 5th's motion that passed, which is that you all start back on Plan B September the 8th.
Correct.
But.
It just failed in here.
Just add that same motion up there.
That's what Mr. Latham said.
So it failed, the motion failed, so that didn't move anything forward. You didn't
Oh.
defeat what happened in August, on August 5th.
Mr. West, are leadership people allowed to talk?
Can you please?
Are leadership people allowed to share with you at this time in the meeting?
Ms. Cornetto,
Yeah, the chair may recognize anyone appropriate.
and I
to
would
let
like
the
to,
board.
if you have some input, I would like to recognize that.
I just want to reshare and give a little new information since I presented before my conversation with the principals. Another principal's been in touch with me, so I want to reiterate where the principals and their staff were this morning. I've heard from now 26 principals this morning. Of those, 19 said they needed more time to get ready to open. 7 said they felt ready to open. And since we were doing analogies earlier, I think of the analogy when I get on an airplane with my little child. And they make the announcement that if the air things drop, put it on your face first and then put it on your child. And I'm a parent, and that always was very difficult for me to think that I would put the air on me and get myself taken care of while my kid couldn't breathe. But I use that analogy, if we do not take care of our staff, we will not be able to take care of our kids. And 19 of our 26 administrators that we talked to today said we need more time to get ready for the kids.
Did they, did you include in that a time frame? I mean,
Those that volunteered it were asking for about 3 more weeks.
Okay. So 3 weeks from September the 8th would put us, I know Dr. Lewis got it.
Right.
29th of September.
It would be the 29th, and, really, you went to the 8th which is a Tuesday because it was the
Was
day
that
after
the
the
holiday?
Labor Day holiday. So
Would be from
really
like Monday.
3 weeks would be Monday, September 28th.
Monday, September 28th.
Dr. DeMarco?
I believe it was during the last meeting that I was the one that said, you know, I would vote for go to Plan B on September 8th. And if something comes up, you know, we would be willing to sit back down like we are right now. And after listening to Ms. Ishii and everybody, I think some things have changed. And we need to, and I couldn't agree with her more. We need to listen to her, and if these principals need a little more time, I'm okay with it. What I'm getting from this meeting altogether is that, you know, number one is the safety of our kids. That's first and foremost, and that's, you know, what was weighing heavily on my mind. But from what Dr. Harrell and everyone is saying, I think they feel pretty confident that we're going to be able to keep these kids safe once we get them there. And that makes me feel a lot better. But I also want to be able to give these principals enough ammunition to go into it, you know, and feel good about it.
Would you be willing, Ms. Burton, to amend your motion?
Just one moment. May I ask a question before I answer that?
Certainly.
Okay. All right. September 28th, so let's go to the end of September. Okay. All right. Former principal and principals across the room in here. Then you bring them back in on the 30th, let's say. And you have what, 2 weeks left before the end of the 9 weeks, right? Am I there, Mr. Lewis, Dr. Lewis?
If the kids came back on the 28th, which is a Monday,
Uh-huh.
then you would have 3 weeks until the end of the grading period. 15 school days till the end of the grading period. Now, of course, if we come back under Plan B, then the number of face-to-face days drops because of that. But 15 school days from the 28th of September through the 16th of October.
Okay. How do you feel that will impact not the learning process, but the process of grading? You don't think it would have an impact?
Shouldn't.
They should be getting graded now.
Yeah, I know they have a grade,
Yeah.
but then they'll be close to the end of the 9 weeks. When they come back to school, you're gonna have to have some adjustments. So, that might be 2 days. I mean, I think that you can just review.
Under the high school model, if they come back 2 days before the end of the 9 weeks, only 2/3 of the high school cohorts will be actually coming back, because the high school cohorts are A week, B week, and C week. And so when you're talking about 3-week time periods, you have 3 weeks left.
You have 3 weeks.
So you
each
have,
when
I
they
thought you said
come
you have
once.
2. So you'd need to have 3 weeks left at the end of the 9 weeks to actually see all of the hybrid children once before the end of the 9 weeks.
So do we have that with it? If my motion changed to, September 28th, we will return, kids would come back to school on Plan B and virtual.
Yes, now, right, if you'll remember, and this is something that we may need to revisit at the September 14th board meeting. We need to do a little homework on this. But if you remember, the calendar law, you can't hear me probably, the calendar law changed and the state asked us to insert 5 remote learning days, right? Back when everybody thought we were just going to go back to school, it's going to be fine, okay? So 2 of the days we inserted were September the 29th and 30th. I would argue that we've had our remote learning days.
Yes.
And so I may be consulting with leadership team Monday morning and seeing, do we want to make a calendar adjustment that allows us to just go ahead and credit ourselves with the state mandated remote learning days that the calendar law asked us to put in. I want to go back and revisit the law and make sure that we're going to be in compliance with the law if we do that. But if we're trying to accomplish what Dr. Manning is suggesting, and that is every high school kid gets 1 week's worth of the face-to-face in those last 3, we probably would want to do something about September 29th and 30th as they stand now.
Now, What did you want me to change my
I was
mind?
just gonna ask you, I mean, because we're obviously at an impasse, but really, who we're hurting here are the students, number one, and the working parents who are struggling for childcare for elementary through eighth, or kindergarten through eighth grade students. I was gonna ask you, would you consider restating your motion or amending your motion? Not because it's the motion I put on the floor, but to go back to K through 8, starting back the 8th of September, and high schools 3 weeks.
No, I'm willing to make a motion that we open school on Plan B and virtual on September 28th with the idea that we can consider what we've already done as remote learning for September 28th, 29th, 30th.
Ms. Cornetto.
So, Ms. Burden, would you be willing to make the motion just on the plan that you want to return on, and then do a separate motion for the calendar?
Okay. I make a motion that students return to school on September 28th under Plan B, the hybrid model, and virtual. And that would be K-12. Whatever their plans were for B. All right. I need a second one to get that going, I guess. And everybody's quiet, so they're not gonna give me a
Okay,
second.
so the motion failed for the lack of a second. Yes, Mr. Latham, would you be willing to restate your motion? Or,
No, sir.
Ms. Strickland?
Mr. Chair, I am really having an internal struggle because I want to vote with your motion and go back through that. But I just keep circling back to all the other factors, and no, sir, at this time I can't change.
Well, you know, eighth grade, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th grade students are gonna be, it's not gonna be ideal for any student. They're gonna be much easier adapt to online learning that they have to do. We cannot keep kindergarten through 8th grade students out of face-to-face instruction for another 3 weeks. We can't, I just, like, we can, I guess, you know, but I don't think that's giving them an opportunity, a fair opportunity at that age level to get everything that they need out of a bad situation to start with. So that's just where I'm at.
And Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to make a point why I'm feeling this way. I think it's an important point. It's been brought up, of course, that we have 3 groups for high school. If we all come back as we've already voted on, those high schoolers are still only gonna get 8 days of in-class instruction out of the last 6 weeks of the quarter. That's it. Okay? The rest of the time, they're gonna be virtual.
How are you giving them 8 days? They get
Because
a
there's
week
only 6
each.
weeks left in the quarter, and in a 3-week cycle, they're only gonna be in for 4 days, and then out for the next 2 weeks. So, in a 6-week cycle, they're only gonna be in school twice.
Oh, you mean if we come back on the,
On
September
the
8th?
Yeah,
9th?
still, they're only gonna be there 8 more days.
Okay. I was just trying to connect it to what I had
No, I
said,
understand.
so I
That's
got it.
fine. I just think, it's vital. I spent a lot of time looking at statistics of COVID, and Mr. Henderson, you're right. COVID's here. We know that. I'm the case study, okay? And it's not going away. The thing is, if we delay for 6 more weeks, COVID's still gonna be here. Now, we can guesstimate that after the Labor Day, we're gonna have a spike. We may not. I know what the survival rate is for children under 18 years of age of under, okay, I've read, and statistics basically state in every, don't get me wrong, every death is terrible. And I'm not wanting people to think that I don't care, because I do, because it's affected my family. But your chances of dying by getting struck by lightning is greater if you're 18 years of age or younger than it is of dying from COVID. The survival rate is of COVID right now is just in Wayne County alone, okay, is somewhere in the neighborhood of 98.5 or 4%. Okay, and COVID does not affect children in the same way it affects adults. I mean, if we're going to get down and talk about facts, let's talk about the American Association of Pediatrics and their August publication. Okay? Their recommendation is our kids need to be back in school, and they did a study that covered 7 or 8 different countries ranging from Europe all the way down to Australia. And every one of those countries said they were putting their kids back in school. And not just hybrid school, I'm talking about full up school. Why? Because even when they had identified cases of child COVID, the transmissivity rate between children is almost non-existent. In fact, there was 2 of the countries said they had 4 kids that were COVID positive who interacted with over 500 and over 1,000 people, and there was no transmissivity between the kids, none. In fact, transmissivity from children to adults is almost non-existent. They say that it works its way downhill. Now this is again the American Association of Pediatrics. I take them at their word. They're the experts in child health. From adults to children, it does get passed. Okay, I've seen that personally myself. But from children to adults, a member of my family had it. She's 8 months old, and neither one of her parents got it, and they carry her almost every waking moment she was awake. She was COVID positive, and neither one of her parents got it. It's just, it's here to stay. If we do the proper safety techniques, and that's what all these countries were doing. They were social distancing, they were wearing masks, they were washing their hands, they were doing everything in accordance with what HHS says we need to do.
And it's not happening in North Carolina.
Well, I don't know if people are doing it. Well, I didn't get it in North Carolina. I got it in South Carolina at the beach. Okay, but the bottom line is, if we do it the proper way, the flu season has a higher mortality rate with children than COVID does right now. Okay? And we never shut down school or shut down the economy or stopped everything for a flu season.
Has flu caused as many deaths as COVID has?
Over the years, yeah, it's caused.
Over the years, but I'm looking at 9 months. I'm not looking at years.
A very normal year of the flu is 60 to 80,000 people, and that's with a vaccine.
Last year, we lost 187 to flu, 0 to 18, and we lost 82 with COVID without a vaccine.
And we're very early on with dealing with the COVID virus.
So we had
we have limited data.
I'm just saying, it's not just, it's the entire child. It's their mental health. It's their physical health. I mean, we had Mr. Falk read the letter from a prominent pediatrician. Increased STDs, as was said, increased child pregnancy, increased drug use, prescription for anti-anxiety meds and meds for depression have gone skyrocketing through the roof. Emails I've gotten, my child is not doing well with virtual. My child is in a funk. My child needs the interaction with other kids and his classroom and his school, or her school. And it just, if we're going to follow the science, okay, which everybody says they want to follow the science says with the proper safety precautions. And oh, by the way, if you don't want your child to be in school, the parents have spoken on that too. They can go full virtual. If you're a teacher that feels like you've got an issue that you don't think you can teach face-to-face, you had the option, go full virtual. But I've gotten a large number of phone calls and emails from teachers that says, I need to be in school with the kids.
And I've got,
period.
and
there's been a lot of them that said the other way too. I agree. So again, we're not gonna make everybody happy, are we? We are not gonna make everybody happy, no matter what we do. But if we do things the proper way, I think our kids will benefit the most from being in school.
Great point made, Mr. Latham. I appreciate you making that point, which takes me to this point. September the 8th, our kids need to be back in class. However, our high school teachers who are going to teach our children and educate our children when they get back in class have asked us repeatedly through many different channels, please, we need 3 more weeks. We need to be as prepared as possible so that we can give them the best shot that we've got at something that's not a very good situation to start with. So, you know, they can stand to be online, that they can adapt to online learning much easier than kindergarten through 8th grade. And I know some 8th graders are sitting out there saying, wait a minute, I can do it too, you know, but I'm just saying, because that's where we're split from 9 to 12 in high schools and K through 8. You know, our teachers have told us and asked us through multiple channels. I mean, I'm sitting here reading text from, are you guys listening? We're asking you for some more time so that we can better prepare ourselves. That's so the safety of our kids and the well-being of our kids are at the top of the list. But if we practice social distancing, wear our masks, do whatever we're supposed to do in order to keep them as safe as we can, that's all great. That's what we should do. That's what we're going to do. We're going to prepare our school sites to accept kids back in there. However, high school's teachers are telling us who are responsible for teaching these kids, we need some more time. We need 3 more weeks. If we can get 3 more weeks, then that will make a huge difference in the way that we present the instruction to our students. That's what we should be listening to, people.
Mr. West?
Yes.
And we have a different opinion.
Yes, ma'am.
But we are right on them needing more time. I'm just saying to you that it is not just high school teachers. It is elementary teachers, middle school teachers, even pre-K teachers that I haven't talked to. I'm sure they might have a concern. But it is every teacher, because every teacher is we are requiring them by state law, by what we do within this district, to implement a new management system as well as new curriculum. And they are receiving the training. They need to work and develop their lessons. If they feel uncomfortable, they need more training. And that extra time would help everybody.
And I don't disagree with you, Ms. Burden, but it's more critical for our younger students in kindergarten through 8th to be back face-to-face. If we send these kids back face-to-face September the 8th, and we have 600 cases of COVID on September the 10th, and then, you know, we know we've got to do something different than that. We've got to then take a look at what sending them back on the 8th is created. But unless I'm just saying, as a board member, if we're not going to listen to our instructors and our teachers, then I don't know what better resource to have as far as their preparedness and readiness to go into the classroom and teach these kids than something coming from them personally.
And the
leadership team who's given us some information and some numbers to go with. And they've presented, all of you have given us pros and cons. I think for the most part, you know, we're as prepared probably as we can be, except for the high school teachers have said, I mean, I guess, and help me with this, Mr. Ishii, I could have asked Ms. Burden, she was a principal. High school teachers have so many different sessions and so many different classes. I mean, does that come into, I mean, does that play into the picture there because they have to make so many different adaptations to what they're trying to do? Or
You know, elementary teachers teach 4 different subjects.
There you go.
One teacher, so it's kind of the same question that Ms. Strickland asked. They're all having to prepare in different ways, but there's an equal weight of preparation.
Okay, well, I mean, I've said all I could say. I'm trying to advocate for our teachers and the high school teachers. I mean, I think it's vitally important that we listen to the message that they've sent to us. So we're obviously at an impasse. Is there any other?
Well, I would just like to say, you have 19 principals, and that is a mixture of high school, middle school, and elementary school. Am I correct?
Actually, it's gone up, it's 20 now.
Okay. It is a mixture at all grade levels. I'm not telling you that we are gonna solve COVID by September 28th or October 29th. I'm asking for time for teachers, principals, the school sites to be prepared to receive these students. Yes, Dr. Harrell's department goes out there and they sterilize. I don't have a question about that. I do know that teachers have a concern. They have a concern because they are not always aware of when they are there, because sometimes they're not there when teachers are on site. They won't be there when the students are on site. I am pulling for the time that teachers will be able to receive these students and feel less anxious, less stressful than they are feeling right now. And even though their principals are saluting them and we are saluting them for what they've done to this point, there is much more to be done, and there is no time to get it done. And that is why I'm asking for the additional time, and why I don't see a need to separate. I know that the elementary students, it is key, that foundation. But in this situation, teachers need to be prepared. Teachers need to be prepared to give them the best teaching and learning experience that they could have under the circumstances that we're working. And 3 weeks from September 8th or 9th, it may seem like a lot of time, but it is not a lot of time.
It's a lot of time for a first, second, third grader to be missing face-to-face instruction,
Mr. Chair.
in my opinion. Yes.
I agree with that. If I may, and as we're sitting here debating and going through this, about every second that I'm like, okay, I am going to call for a new vote and vote for the high schools to go 3-week delay, just as soon as that hits my mind, I am brought back to one of the reasons why I ran for this seat. Everybody that knows my story knows that I ran because of my oldest child. He was completely left behind because of his learning disabilities. He was seen as low IQ, but he was actually diagnosed with dyslexia, dysgraphia, and dyscalculia. And if anybody has seen Kevin Hart in night school, when he starts squealing, "I got learning herpes," that is the funniest thing you will ever see. But that's what we joke around with my oldest at home now, is that he's got learning herpes because there's no cure for what he has. But that same child was able to qualify for AIG. He's one of all the EC 504 IEP students across this county that if we delay the reopening of any of the buildings is going to suffer. And so no, my vote is not for him. My vote is for all of them. And so I know this actually is coming down to an argument not about COVID, because nobody debates COVID. And Dr. Harrell has definitely made me feel better about our ability to open. This is actually a debate about the teachers' needs, which are great. The teachers need more time, there is no doubt. But versus the needs of the students. and every time I am going to fall on the side of the students. I'm sorry if that offends people, but that's where I am.
Okay, so, if there's no new motions on the floor, I guess we're at an impasse with this. So, Ms. Cornetto?
So the result is that you revert back to what you all voted on August 5th, because there's been no favorable motion today on this subject.
Okay. All right, we're at, board members' comments. Dr. Marco.
I'm good.
Well, we've got them on the agenda.
Well, it's unfortunate. I wish we could have come to some consensus to help the teachers out a little bit, but it is what it is, and that's all I have.
Mr. Henderson.
I have to echo the remarks of Mr. DeMarco. It is very unfortunate that we have to sit here and not be able to come up with a decision that is in the best interest of our students. But I want to say also that we cannot just look at the child. We've got to look at the whole community. We've got to look at the teachers. We've got to look at the administrators. We even got to look at the staff that are up here trying to make sense of whatever we as a board are doing. And it's very unfortunate that what we're doing is really what's hurting the child. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Mr. Board?
I agree with Mr. DeMarco and Mr. Henderson. I think that it is really, I don't even know what word to use, but I don't know what it takes for us to come together as a board. And I know we have all different opinions, and I know why. I have a sense of why we have those different opinions. But we ask the leadership team to come to us and give us reports and let us know where they stand. They went so far as to contact principals at the last moment to get information. I did some of that yesterday, and I did some calling this morning about other districts. And yet, they tell us that we need time. And we sit here, and we can't even come up with a motion that we can, at least the majority can agree upon. So I'm not even asking for a 7-0 vote. I'm not even asking for a vote in my favor at this point. I'm just saying that as a board, we cannot even come up to put something on the floor and to pass it. With all of the information that has been given to us, all the reading that we've done, we cannot do that. And it is really disappointing that we cannot do that.
Mr. Latham? Mr. Falk?
It's not that I'm glad we're going with the plan we're going, but I'm satisfied that our kids are going to get to go back and have some face-to-face learning. I think the K-8, in my opinion, is vital that they get face-to-face. We can talk about facts, and we can talk about 28333. I live in 28333 too. And I have a daycare, child care center that's thriving in 28333, and it's been open since March when the school shut down, and it's still open to this day. I only tried to compromise with the 9 through 12 because of the passion that I got from principals about how it was not the students. It's not. I want my 4 back at Southern Wayne High School as soon as they can get there, and they want to be there. I promise you. But I was just trying to make a compromise because those principals were so passionate about my teachers. Their morale would feel a lot better to have a little more time to prepare. Other than that, I'm hoping we have a good results on September 8th when we start back with all of them. And as that principal told me, practice is over. Now it's time to go into game, and let's win this fight and win this game. Thank you.
Strickland?
should have said what Mr. Latham said, but I'm not. But I will keep it short. This is a mess all the way around. And I'm back with my plea to Governor Cooper to please allow the schools to reopen under Plan A with the safety protocols recommended underneath the CDC guidelines for the 3-foot distancing, the mask, the isolation rooms, fill in all the blanks. If we were allowed to reopen under Plan A, our teachers would not be suffering with having to deal with virtual and in-person learning, and our students would not be suffering in the same reason. And it just all breaks my heart. But I am very excited that I'm gonna be able to go home and tell my children that they get to get back in the classroom, especially my oldest.
Thank you. I'd just like to say again, thank you to the leadership team and the superintendent, to the principals who reached out, gave us their feedback, and to the teachers, K through 12. And I think the board needs to pray for every teacher in Wayne County Public Schools and every student and every parent. We're at a difficult time in the world we live in, and whatever we can do to help matters, we certainly should do. I don't know what else to say. I hope that the board is prepared for the outcome of the actions that we've taken today, and for the hard work that we're putting on high school teachers who, at the end of the day, and I'm certain, I probably shouldn't even say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. You know, we have a lot of dedicated teachers who do it for the passion, probably not for the money, obviously, but they do it for the passion to teach and help students and educate our kids. And there are other forms of employment out here for college educated people, and I just hope that this doesn't, the impossible, almost impossible, virtually impossible task that we put on high school teachers and the enormous amount of extra work we have put on them, as well as other teachers, but I think some could easily adapt than our high school teachers could. I just hope that you continue to keep the passion that you have and the focus that you have to educate the kids in Wayne County Public Schools. And I do appreciate each and every one of them, what you do. Dr. Merrill. Need a motion to adjourn. I'm sorry?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, raise your right hand.